Hey, real Sean.
Mm-hmm.
How's it going?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are you doing all right?
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear me. Yeah, I'm good. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing all right. I'm live streaming this, so that's just like,
Yeah,
just
cool. It probably will end up cutting out points here and there. Wi-Fi is good.
yeah. My Wi-Fi's been acting up too. I don't know why, but so is anything special going on, or are you just living life?
No, just living life. I saw this voice chat. I was kind of bored, so I thought I'd tune in.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on recently. So if you want to get into some of that stuff, we can. I don't care.
I mean, sure. I mean, I don't really care to talk about like we're talking about like assassination attempt and whatnot. I don't really care to talk about it. But
Yeah, I recently I was in the I don't know if you're in the Dremora Discord. I got banned from that, or not banned, but timed out for like I was talking about religion, and I was kind of half trolling them, but I got timed out, and they did not like what I was saying at all.
don't know if I'm on that one. Doesn't sound familiar, but I've met a bunch of random ones that I barely talking to. So
I was like, I'm not going against scripture. Jesus said, I am God in the flesh. Jesus said, I can do more than Jesus.
that's what you were saying.
Yeah. Yeah, because in scripture, if you know the Bible, it says that you can do more than me.
I do not
But they
know more
don't they
than
don't
you.
like that though. They do not like that.
I don't know if I like it either. I don't know.
These guys are like hardcore Christian people, and just do not like that. Say they're like that's blasphemy to call yourself God, or like equate yourself to that standard. Or
I mean, like that
which
part is true.
I'm not I'm
You're
not
not God.
I'm not saying like I'm the supreme. I'm just saying like I'm a part of it. Like I have God within.
I mean, if you take that, then you should join Freemasonry. That's what they teach. Everything's within. But then you could be our inside guy.
Do you agree or do you disagree?
With what?
Like that you're a part of God.
Um, that's the thing that really confuses me. I don't want to say yes or no because there's two different things true, right? Either God's inside of us or God's an exterior part of us. Either it's like the chakra shit that those people do, or it's the exterior force that we need to pray to, or is it inside of us? There's two options. I don't know. I can't pick a side. I don't know.
Yeah, because in the Bible you got the kingdom of God being within you. I'm pretty sure that's an old Egyptian saying too.
I mean, that's what they teach, even like esoteric and weird occult stuff. It's all like, you know, rising up the ranks to become enlightened, aka to become like God, you know?
Yeah,
So,
those guys, a lot of them are secular humanists. They don't look as like how I look at it, but because my view is like think about it like a magnet. Like you got the one God, and then creates this world, and then from there, like we're all fractals of divinity, basically, like a magnet being broken down from another magnet and continue on, or an atom. Same thing with a cell or an atom. That's kind of how I view it. But these guys like that are, Freemasons and so
Oh,
on. They're
you could view everything down to something like that too. Like maybe we're just ants in another colony. Like we think of ants as just little things, but they have huge hives and operations going on.
yeah,
It could be someone bigger than us, and we're just the ants to them.
exactly.
Very possible.
There's a guy in here who said his name's Joe, and he said something that just caught my eye. He was like, we might just be all God, just talking to ourselves. If like we were just fractals of just that one reality, and we're just talking to ourselves.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree on that one.
He could probably
Talking
answer
to
that.
ourselves, like you're just kind of a thought in my head, kind of. Is that what you're kind of saying? Like me talking to you, just me talking to myself in my head. I don't know. I don't see that because I can't talk to myself in my head regardless.
I was also watching Gaia today, and there's this dude on there. I was watching this one show. It's like Robert, and it's ran by Robert Grant. I think that's his name. He was kind of saying that same thing too in one of the episodes I was watching. They were talking about so he's really into Leonardo da Vinci, and he was going into, and something really sparked my eye about what he was talking about. He was talking about this sarcophagus that had a flower of life on it. I think it was in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid of Egypt. I kind of went back because I didn't really know like what this sarcophagus was, or I looked it up, couldn't find anything, so I went back. I think it's the Great Pyramid of Egypt that he was talking about, and he was talking about the Leonardo da Vinci painting of the Last Supper and how it has all these images that are in the background, like the Eye of Horus and the bull, and they go into that. It's just really interesting stuff. And he goes into the golden ratio too in that episode. I think it's the second episode on Codex. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff though. Husband to what the fuck? Oh, are you back?
I've been here the whole time. Checking to mute my stuff.
Oh, okay. That's all right. Yeah, Joe should be on, and I think my cousin is going to be on here in a. He said he'd join, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know if it was you, what you were saying, or if it was something in me. But as soon as you started talking about that, I got nauseous. Started gagging. I had to mute the mic. I was fucking gagging for a couple seconds.
That's all right. When I was in this Discord, though,
Definitely in this hot weather, it's fucking. I'm fucking sweating balls. Could be having a heat stroke. But I muted my mic. I was gagging.
Something that I think might interest you. So people were researching the double-headed eagle, and someone said something. They were obviously, I'd never heard this before. It's related to the phoenix. I can see that in one way, but someone said something I haven't heard before, and that's the symbol of Ninurta in Mesopotamia. If you look up that.
Never heard of that one.
Yeah, I think that's where they were saying it's the earliest depiction of the double-headed eagle from. Yep, here's Joe. Hey, Joe.
What's up, guys?
We were just discussing something about the double-headed eagle because something came up in a server and that we were talking about in one of the servers we're in. And it's a symbol of Ninurta, which is this person was saying that's where the earliest depiction of the double-headed eagle is from. I put it in occult images.
Yep. Oldest cosmological symbols in Eurasia. Great movie, by the way. But that's just what Wikipedia says. Not the great movie part, just it's one of the oldest cosmological symbols of Eurasia.
What's the...
The double-headed eagle was a symbol of the twin god sun/god in Mesopotamia and one of the oldest cosmological symbols in Eurasia. The eagle represented the sun god's dual nature, radiating benevolent light in the spring and malevolent light in the summer. Blah blah blah.
I don't see it. Oh, is that it right there? The white picture with the eagle at the bottom, right?
Yeah, that's it.
What was that on its right shoulder? Fucking bobcat.
I also see named as Imdugud, which was represented.
It's like little dogs all around, right? That's funny. You see that? No, yeah. They're like all over the place. Bottom of his feet, underneath the chair.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't now. What do you think that could be, Joe? Do you think it's something to do with Sirius? Sirius the dog star?
I mean,
it has something to do with that shit, though.
Yeah, it looks like definitely something like it. Whatever it is, it's nothing I've ever been exposed to in this reality. I'll tell you that much.
And then they use the name like Sirius and Harry Potter and shit. Like, it's definitely something weird, mystical. That's why they put the little hints.
Well, that's why it's so many. There's so many. You could look at this and come up with 10 different. Your imagination come up with maybe 50 different things. I believe that movies like Harry Potter and everything, all these things they're all part of the riddle.
Yeah, but Sirius definitely means something. Because no matter what, when you look straight up every night, no matter what night it is, the brightest star in the sky, same spot every day. It's Sirius.
the ancient Egyptians, they looked at that star as like a symbol for, or not a symbol, but as like the seasons, because you can see it. Like there's something with it. I wrote it down in a document. It's something to do with bringing in the summer season, and then it goes away for a little while, and then Antares comes up for like 3 months, and then or a couple of months, and then Sirius comes back up.
I've been getting into astrology a lot recently. There's so much with the sky, bro. See the greater dog. Huh. They definitely look like all dogs. They definitely look like dogs.
The universal language is the stars, kind of. Because
bro, I seen that movie, Fly Me to the Moon, and he made a comment in that movie, which I almost wanted to walk out of the movie theater. So my wife already knows that I'm like a little bit of a madman with this shit, and I've been trying to beat the drum with her about just opening her eyes, just look around you. We're watching this movie, which I heard about a couple months ago, and she likes Channing Tatum, and she was like, "Yo, let's go see this movie." I was like, "You know what?" Not telling her why I want to go see it, because I'm not going to go see what she thought it was about. In the middle of the movie, he makes he's trying to sell this. He's trying to sell this to a senator. He's trying to sell this. He's trying to get the senator in 1960, not like 8 or 69, to approve, the moon mission. And he goes, the one senator, I think it's from Arkansas, he's trying to sell it to, is very religious. And all of a sudden, Channing Tatum starts going, like, talking like real religious. He goes, God says, he goes, I built the firmament and the stars, and there will be a map of stars within the firmament. I'm like, my wife, I didn't even say that. My wife smacked me in like the arm. It was like, well, what is he talking about? I was like, dude, it's in everything. They put it right in your face over and over and over. What do you think they're coming out with a movie like this?
Notice. Yeah. Once you start noticing it, it's never ending. It's just like that. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's so obvious once you notice it. They put like the 33s in the little corners and like, oh, it's Office 33 in this movie scene. Like, it's just like random little subliminal things that you'll see.
I don't know nowhere near as much about the Masons as Evan does, right?
In movies.
This week,
it's symbolism.
I went to Atlantic City yesterday, New Jersey. I live in New Jersey. I went to Atlantic City. I stayed the night. I booked a hotel and resort. I'm looking. I get. This is crazy, and I'm into synchronicities. My room number is 033 or 3300. 3300. That's what it was. 3300. I make a joke in the elevator to my wife. I said, 33. There's a couple old people. I said, some Freemasons on this floor probably. Right as I'm walking through the hotel, and I don't really know a lot about the Freemasons, only from what Evan talks about. Dude, all through the whole hotel, bro, black and white, fucking this swears all over like a chessboard, all over the hotel, dude. And the whole hotel. I'm looking at this hotel. I'm like, I'm noticing it because I'm learning about it, but it's fucking weird, bro, and it's everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, that like random floors, that could just like, if that's just the floor tile of the building, like upstairs and everything, that could just be simple.
It didn't look like yeah, I'm not a gullible guy. The whole place looked weird. The symbolism within the tile line, it just didn't look right. I'm not like someone that just looks at that and like, look at this. I don't really, honestly, it's something I'm not even so much into the masonry thing. It just didn't look right overall.
Google that you just stayed at, and then Google, keep in that same like area, and then just type in Freemason, and on Google Maps, click search, and see what the closest lodge is. If it's right across the street, then I'd be a little worried.
Hey, Mikhail.
What's up?
We were just talking about what were you just saying, Joe? That you went into you saw
I want to see who owned. I'm looking to see who owned resorts initially. Now it belongs to a tribe, but this is a big building. This isn't like a
address and look up Freemason and then see what the closest lodge is. If it's fucking real close, I'd be a little suspect.
It's such a big building, though, dude. No. I don't.
Who knows what the basement?
There's a lodge. There's a lodge right in the city.
How close? Walking distance? Like 2 minutes?
Atlantic City isn't too big. Let me see. New York Ave. 323 New York Ave Resorts. 323 New York Ave Atlantic City Resorts. Distance. Let's see.
And a lot of the times, it's not even got to be Freemasons. There's like those elk lodges, the moose lodges, the fucking Rotary lodges, so many of them. It's just
A lot of these lodges I don't even feel are like that serious, dude. The lodges around me, dude, there's a good amount of them, dude. None of these guys are making those. They're not making those splashes. They're not. Whatever they believe,
they're not.
Is and what. Yeah. No, I'm not saying. I'm saying what these guys. They got these fucking shill bags in there, dude, just to feel like they're learning something, and then they use them as a cover, as a front for like to show the weakness of the Freemasons. But the deeper parts aren't. Yeah, but they're not. The real Freemasons aren't weak, dude. These people, they got fucking 70, 80-year-old men in there, and people just trying to get into a social club.
The other ones do diddle kids stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
the real ones.
How do you?
I don't know for a fact.
No. There's definitely ones that are fucking involved in some crazy shit. Ones that I come across, they're not. They're just, you could just see fucking. Bro, I believe 1 in every 3 or 4 males in the fucking in the United States that has some fucked up mind when it comes towards children and shit. So, you want to throw them into a Mason outfit or not? I was walking around with my daughter in Atlantic City, and I could see these creepers' eyes. If there wasn't like a law in place, and I don't even believe in the law.
The initiation is different. I mean, those creeps just deserve to die who would do it, but the Freemasons do it as part of their rituals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're all fucked up.
That's even more.
There was Joe, Amazon gift card when he was here. He in the old Discord, he sent, I don't know if you read it, Sean, but he sent the police aid and a bet report, police aid and a bet report. I bookmarked it. And it's going into this whole like secular humanism stuff, and that's how these guys are. And I was reading something on that website that I sent, freemasonrywatch.com, and this book was talking about how, corruption in the police force and these guys, and it was pretty bad. Like, people, like this one dude, he was getting kicked off of promotion because if he discovered like a certain crime that was being committed by these guys, he would discover the corruption that the police were basically doing.
They just tell you to look the other way. I mean, that's literally like part of their ritual, like rules, whatever oaths they sign is that they have to lie on each other's name. They will protect each other at all costs, blah, blah, blah.
And there's also a part where you have to spit on the Bible and the Quran and all these other things to make you.
Yep. Get blindfolded, get on your knees, sword to your. Mm-hmm.
Did you see the picture with their pants down?
I've actually seen videos of the entire rituals played out.
Oh boy,
they're on YouTube.
What do you think their deal is?
Search for.
What do you think their deal is?
I think they're they're disrespecting God because they become God. The thing, they lay down, they do this fake death ritual and they themselves get resurrected. They tend to be is it Hiram Abiff, and then he gets stabbed, which was Hiram Abiff is the builder of the temple in whatever way back then, Temple of Solomon, and then they die down and come back. Whatever they do, it's very strange.
Yeah, because apparently they were a lot more popular in like the 1800s.
So, I remember foggy, but yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I understand
they lay down.
I understand that ritual from like, because that's the whole thing. You know, you might hate that, but I like understand that because when you go, it's like a spiritual ego death and resurrection. I understand like what's being.
Yeah,
what's going
thing.
on there.
They get tested by 3 ruffians. I think that's what it was called. 3 ruffians, and they test him 3 times. He doesn't tell them the secret code, the name of God, or I guess the secret code of Freemason. Some say it's Jabalon, some say it's something else. Who knows? But yeah, it's very public. You can look it all up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. In the 1800s, it used to be just a popular, normal group. Like, just if you were, a lot of presidents were in it. If you were just, rich, or just if you had a wealthy status, you would just automatically be in a Freemason. Jack the Ripper, I've done some research, and he was a Freemason.
Cosmic, you remember that? You remember that time when I was talking about, and you were also talking about this too, the whole spiritual baptism thing?
No, I don't remember.
I put it in the esoteric teaching.
Did you hear what I said about Jack the Ripper though? Because it's yeah.
Yeah, I was basically talking. So here's what I said. So I at this one dude in this other Discord. I was like, baptism isn't about going and getting your head dipped in water, literally. It's a spiritual thing. You get renewed symbolically or spiritually, and you've got an inner flood that happens spiritually, changing your ways. And this is why they have the symbol of rain in the Aztec calendar, because man spiritually gets reborn again, like as if he were a newborn baby. And this is the whole flooding and being reborn through water and the spirit.
Yeah, that could be a good concept. That does sound kind of accurate. Another interesting thing about churches is the drinking the blood of Christ. That's theorized that's symbolic just for them because they're just, they drink blood. And that was an old tradition. So they, whenever they change the Bible around, they pass down that tradition with it. But that's just a theory.
Yeah, the whole drinking the blood of Christ. I feel like that's something to do with man's blood changing, and like it's like the whole what is it in the Bible? It's Jesus turning water to wine. That's how I kind of feel like it is, and then you like.
Yeah. Where's Joe?
I'm here. I just went down a fucking. I just went down. I was listening to you. I just went down a rabbit hole about this fucking casino that I was staying at. A big fucking rabbit hole. It brought me to. Thanks to Sean.
What was weird about the casino?
Friggin' So I went to this casino, and I'm not really. I don't
Is
look
there one
like. I don't look
close?
at. I don't look at. I don't look at. I just got put on a weird room. I got put in like room like 3300 or something like that. And I made a joke to my wife about it. But as I was walking through the casino, I noticed a lot of patterns that I'm not really so much into symbols. Like I'm starting to get more into it from Evan over here. So as I'm walking through the casino, I'm just noticing my brain's right, like picking up on it. I'm scanning. I'm like, look at this shit. This looks weird. And now I just did some research. So there's Atlantic City's not big, like it's not big at all. So there's a Freemason temple somewhat in the area. I couldn't get the exact location, but somewhat. It's not big. It's not a huge city. And it was the first casino ever in Atlantic City, New Jersey, which is the second biggest casino area to Las Vegas. It's the first casino ever. I found out just now. It was taken over by Donald Trump in 1986. And I was looking at the main like guy that ran it that died in 1986, but I can't see his ties to Freemasonry.
Are you joking?
But when you, who, what?
Dude, I was actually just I sent something the ties between Trump, Rockefeller, and Rothschild, and it actually goes into that.
Yeah, it's insane. See what I'm saying? Dude, I'm telling you, we look at the place I was walking through. Doesn't look right.
So what did you notice was like fractal?
Just like a lot of the floors, a lot of the imagery in the floors. I should have took some pictures, bro. I was just trying to enjoy my time with my wife and kid. There was like a symbol. I know what the symbol is. I want to say it has something to do with with navigation in the middle of one of the floors, and it just the way I wanted to take a picture of it too. And I didn't want to look like a nut job in front of my wife and kid. But it's just the whole place, just the color scheme. The whole color scheme was just everything was like a chessboard. All the colors and then the imagery within the colors, and then some of the symbols on the walls, like the little like symbols that you'd see, like say like you'd see like doors that would have like little emblems on it. Some of the emblems just resembled, they looked off to me. And I usually stay in the Hard Rock, which is a more modern hotel. So I don't really stay in resorts a lot. And Hard Rock is it's a modern hotel. This hotel looked different to me. And I was noticing, I was like, damn, look at this. This is weird. I was like, there's a lot of like cool, like, emblems and symbols in this. I didn't really relate it to anything, but then with the room, and then when I got in the Discord, I know Evans into that. I was like, yeah, I got a crazy thing. This synchronicity. I got put in a room like I don't know, dude. Like I got put in a room 3300. It was fucking weird, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah, that kind of stuff happens. You got to think about because their relation to jesters and their relation to all this big colorful stuff. Like when you think of a circus, you get a red and white checkerboard pattern kind of, and then you see the clowns wearing the mask, and they always represent something. Like if you go to a lot of popular circus shows, they'll always have something on their face and it has some esoteric meaning. And it's always in this like fractal imagery. And that's also with, just like amusement parks too, because they have these lights everywhere. They have these color schemes for people. And it's like they dig it, they manage to dig this into people's brains without them even noticing it.
Yeah, it's everywhere, dude. I was just listening to someone a little while ago was talking about it. It's like once you and I believe Sean just said it. Once you open your mind, your third eye, once you're aware to this and it comes into your conscious awareness, dude, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Everything's everywhere.
Oh, nah, I don't say third eye.
Hey, Sean, your mic is kind of lagged out, dude.
I'm just saying, what? Yeah, my bad.
Well, third eye would be more spiritual stuff, but what I'm saying, just in your awareness in general, just when you bring this into your conscious awareness, it's really it's nuts.
It's because you start focusing on something else. So instead of focusing on yourself and just your life. Like instead of just focusing on your life, you start to focus on the world. So your mind expands.
One thing that hit me, that just came to my mind, it's like that third eye stuff. You guys know that story about Seth and his eye being plucked out? That's kind of like I kind of relate that to the third eye and how we lose that intuitive sense that like we're closed and we're in conscious darkness,
Yeah,
and
you're right, because I was watching the Gods of Egypt movie, and me and someone talked about that, how, because in the movie, Seth gets, he rips out the eye of Horus, he rips out his eye,
yeah,
and then he puts it in the middle, like where your third eye would be in the movie. He puts it right above between his two eyes whenever he's making his armor. And I think it represents, just um, people, that's him taking away people's consciousness.
mhm.
Yeah,
I've always,
I think the third eye is related to like Santos Bonacci talks about a lot. I think it's all about. I think it's the human. I think it's us working as a certain type of. It's a certain type of antenna, dude, and it's been disconnected. Pretty much. It's just disconnected. You can't get up to the pineal gland. You got so much of our life has been fucking focused on simple shit, negative, angry, sexual lust. It's just all right in our faces, and it just makes us vibrate at a lower frequency, dude. And we never get up to that like crown chakra to really resonate where we're supposed to, dude. I think it's changing now, dude. They're going crazy. I'm assuming it's happening everywhere. In my area, it's insane what they're doing to the sky. Insane. I don't know how everyone's not talking about it. I don't understand. It makes me a little nervous that I'm one of a few fucking characters in this simulation. But I'm really starting to fucking, like, I told my wife, I said, I don't get this. You cannot look at this sky and not just take pictures of it. Dude,
Well,
I don't
you're
understand.
talking about this sky, but you got to remember, what about the country you're living in? Look at who's the president. How did that happen?
There's
You
everything.
should be.
It's every. But it's.
There's a
But
lot
you know
of,
what it is?
yeah.
The president's a scripted. The president's a script, right? Like we know that. But the problem is once
Yeah,
a piece
but
of
that's
script.
more obvious than the sky. That's something you should be more worried about, the sky, because it's like you look at the sky, it's like, oh, okay, that's the sky.
I'm not worried about
But
the actors. The actors are gonna play their role, but the sky that they're messing with, you have to remember the sky is our home. Like this is our home. You're talking about here. The Earth, whatever it may be. I obviously don't believe it's round. The Earth and the sky. And the stars and the sun, these are our this is us. Like this is our home. These people that are acting down here are no more than Hollywood. The same way Tom Cruise, I don't give a shit what happens with him. I don't care what happens with Donald Trump or Joe Biden. They're not my leaders. Look, they're not. I don't resonate with these people. I don't know if they're good people or bad people. So I just stay indifferent toward them. But the sky, bro. Like, look, I'm gonna put a picture in imagery that I'll put it in occult images.
Well, yeah, I wasn't.
I'll put it in general. I'll put it in general. I'll put it in general. Just check out this picture.
For that, I was just saying, look at how stupid people are, because not only are they not focused on the sky that's changing, they're also not really worried about the president not even being able to talk.
Look at that picture.
He had a full.
I feel you.
Yeah,
I know you're not. Yeah, I agree with you.
He had a full 4 years, and no one just said anything. So, dude, I think it's past a certain point.
Yeah, but that's a problem amongst us right now, dude. Like, dude, there's something going on, man. Look, there's something going on so deep, and even us, and a lot of other people who are somewhat more conscious, right? Because this is what it comes down to at the end of the day. I'm not going to dance around it no more. We are more conscious than the average person. This is what it comes down to. If you have a conscious level, we are somewhat more conscious. I'm thankful to the divine for me being more conscious. With this responsibility, there is a lonely feeling. I'm pretty sure all you feel it. That you stick out like sore thumbs. You can't be your true self, right? There's people that don't, and I'm trying to see. Look, I got to where I got. We all have different stories. I got to where I got to through a suffering, a surrender. So other people get there different ways, but a lot of people get there through a trauma or a suffering or some type of like aha moment. I don't know how to take a normal person, and I'm trying to figure it out. A normal person and smack them into reality. You know what I mean? A real reality. Do you see that picture I put in general? Do you see that sky?
Let me go check it out.
Yeah, I just feel like, that's why I kind of...
That is very weird.
I'm just like, that's why people might be on the edge, like, oh, I don't know if it's flat, I don't know if it's round, I just, and it's just like until they go through like their second birth, spiritual rebirth, it's just like, and this is like the whole story why you go out and preach and try to wake up people, and it's the whole story of the Plato's cave, like you got a person going out of the cave and they don't want to go back in the cave, but they go back
And he
and
and it gets ridiculed.
yeah.
This is the whole thing, dude. And it's a really bad look, man. Look, we have a big look. There's a shift going on. It's beautiful, the shift, because there is an awakening happening. I'm hoping. I really do hope. I got a lot of loved ones, man. That people I care about, and I care about everyone at the end of the day. I hope that people get on board. Now, look, I'm not a huge Bible guy, but I do believe there's a lot of real stuff in the Bible, metaphorically. You know what I mean? And when it says, the God will come with a sword, and that sword will be the word, and that word will turn family members against one another. I believe that is talking about this stuff, because this is what I'm seeing, bro. Look, I'm not gonna have lost my friends. But my friends and me are not really friends anymore because they don't understand what the hell I'm talking about. And they can't get into that part of their mind, of their consciousness to understand it. They think it's so made up and so like it's been taken from them. Like when we're children, dude, and Christmas is taken from us and the Easter Bunny is taken from us. They have none of this is real to them. They think it's all fake. Even if the sky turned red with black streaks, they would listen to whatever NASA has to say about it. You know what I mean? It's so insane, bro. I'm telling you, there has to be look. It's not a coincidence, dude. If you got what I got, and what I call it is the gift of clarity, and there's levels to this. I look at myself as being no better or no worse than anybody, even the ones who are still asleep. But there's a reason why we are waking up. There's a reason for it. It's not just to sit here and not do nothing. It's to wake others up, plant as many seeds as possible, no matter how crazy you look. I'm sort of getting a little tired of it, though, dude. I'm getting not tired of doing what I have to do. I'll continue to do that. I'm getting tired of dude. It's almost like it's like being an 8th grader talking to a kindergartner about algebra. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be this hard, and I don't understand why it's this hard, man. Because even before my clarity, I may have not been like super open to all this, but I definitely was someone that would have listened.
Well, the problem with that is just the world's against you, because the way that everything's set up, everything that's televised, everything you're taught as a kid, like your parents teach you to do certain things and you don't really get out of it because the other people's parents teach them to believe a certain thing. So when everyone starts believing the same thing, it's kind of hard for you to say, oh no, that's wrong. That you're actually being lied to. And they get in this they want to be in this comfort zone. They don't want to be like, no, my entire life's not a lie. What are you talking about? That's crazy. And honestly, you can't really blame anybody for that.
I'm not, it's not a blame game, dude. But eventually, if you look, the big problem in this world, and this is what I believe. I think there's energies in this world, man, and I believe these energies. I believe when you only recognize the ego, and this is what the World Economic Forum and a lot of these places are trying to do. When you only recognize the ego as being the self, this is a form of Satanism. And it's not that your ego is inherently bad. It's your tool. It's your survival. It's what you've grown up to be. But when you only identify with that, it's a huge problem. And the problem is, and this is the truth, and I believe this wholeheartedly. Most people do not believe in God. That's the problem. They don't. They do not. They say they do. I don't care how much they go to church. On a deep level, they have a lot of doubts about it. And I feel like that's what makes them hold on to the ego more than anything.
Yeah, because even a lot of people who aren't awakened, I know a lot of I have a Christian family, so I know a lot of Christians, and the ones who actually like believe, they're like really decent people, and I like they have a lot of ego loss, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, some people do. Some people do get it. Some people, yeah. I've come across people who are selfless, and that's great. It's just that I see more people that are about the ego, man. I do.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
You know what, dude? I fall back, dude. I had an argument today with someone in my family, dude, and it was it wasn't a stupid argument. I stuck up for someone, and I called someone out who was lying, but a side of me came out that a side of me came out, dude, that if the average person heard it, they think I belonged in an asylum. Some of the things I said. And I don't like letting that side out. That's my ego who's mad, who's been, I wouldn't say kept under control, who's working with me more. Instead of it controlling me, I'm working with it. But I gave it a chance to come out, and it came out roaring like a fucking lion on fire. My wife and my daughter looked at me like, what the fuck? I was like, dude, I was just going crazy because this lady is a narcissist. And that I was dealing with. And I just had to just lay it on the line and say how I felt.
You messed up. I think you messed up.
Of course I did. Can't argue with a narcissist, and I let the ego, and I let my ego get the best of me.
Well, the best way to argue with it is just to show them that you don't have an ego. Just be happy about everything. Because
you're 100% right. I fucked up.
I've been in those moments too. Trust me, because my these past few years for me haven't really been that normal for a normal kid to go through. So I definitely had moments like that, and even then, like it's been to the point where someone would get ready to fight me, and I'm just like, bro, are you sure? Like, is it even worth fighting over? Like, you just gotta act calm, and you gotta keep all of that resonated with you, because someone will see that and be like, damn, is it really? Like, even then, because it'll be the heat of the moment that'll make them realize, damn, is it really that big of a deal? Because he doesn't care. Why should I care?
You're 100% right. And this is where I look at one thing I'm noticing, right? And I don't know if you guys agree with me on this or not. So, it seems like, now look, a lot of people can look at the internet as being very detrimental. I actually look at the internet and a lot of stuff as being very, instrumental in information being given across the world, right? Now, I believe it's a tool that could be used against you or for you, right? If you're aware, I think it's a highly good tool.
Well, it can also be a bad tool.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Certain people, if you're someone who still like this believes in everything that you were presented as a child,
I'm saying even if you are aware, it could be a bad tool because you can just get a bunch of false information, and people will be giving you false information because that's their job.
Yeah, you have to have the power of discernment and be able to. That's when you have to go into your own thought and be able to discern what's what, right? So, I had a video yesterday when I was on the beach. It was a very simple. I'll share it in the thing when you guys get a chance to listen to it. It was a guy I'd never heard of before. He's a small YouTube guy, maybe 1,000 followers, right? But what he said about consciousness, and I've been talking about consciousness for a while within my family household. I've mentioned it a couple of times. I usually use the word awareness or awakened, but he was just using the word consciousness. And he said, what happens when you're the first person that becomes conscious in your family, right? So I seen the video and I was like, let me watch. I'm on the beach listening to this guy. You know when you come across a piece of information that makes you vibe high, I'm talking about when you get that feeling in you. That like feeling of like, oh, went up a couple notches. It happens to me a good amount of times if I really start. What I would like to say is like almost like it's like the divine is connecting with me. So a lot of times I'll get videos like this that will really make sense. This guy talked about being conscious, his awareness, and how and everything he was talking about is a lot of things I'm going through right now. It's loss of like friends and separating from family and it's like not really like feeling a little bit like understanding it's important, but like trying to figure out the best way to go about it. Different symptoms of different physical ailments and mental ailments that are coming about, like somatic symptoms mostly. And when this came to me, and then the next day, and he talks about how your environment when the unconscious knows when the conscious is becoming conscious. So what happens is it's your environment. And dude, I had this fucking war today with a relative of mine, right? Verbally on the phone. It was almost like, and it was yesterday too, it was almost like that video was presented to me. And after I got in the war with her verbally, I said, I said to my wife, I said, you know what? I'm thankful for that. I said, because it showed me that I have a weak spot still that is still not where it has to be. I'm still falling into this ego trap because the ego is what put me into the war in the first place. Because you're 100% right. If the ego wasn't involved, I would have been like, listen, man, I don't know. Leave me alone. I'm not talking to you about any of this. You know what I mean? But it's
you can even argue back. You should just be like, no, that's dumb, and here's why. And I don't want to yell about it.
Yeah. There's levels to it, but dude, it is all conscious. It is, and I did learn from it. And it didn't fuck my dude. It got me, dude. I shaved my beard today, dude. I grew my beard for a year and a half, dude. I got like a bad anxiety today. I shaved my whole beard off, dude. I just, dude. I'm an emotional person, and I'm telling my wife this. Like I'm feeling this. I'm telling you. I said it doesn't all make sense to me. I have to double check sometimes in my mind that I'm not losing it, but I'm not losing it. There's. I'm not saying I don't have my fair share of mental problems, but there is something higher going on, man. I wish that more people recognize this. I really wished.
Well, I mean, that's up to you. That's why you're doing this. So,
and then it's like, what is this? All this stuff being shared. Politics news? Evan, is that you sharing that?
In the politics?
Yeah.
Yeah, I shared a lot of stuff.
I was in the politics. I seen that shit popping up crazy just now.
But yeah, my cousin, he's been sharing some stuff too. But yeah, I've been sharing a lot of stuff, and it's funny you bring that casino, and that Trump. You mentioned Trump because I actually sent something today. If you were to scroll back up, it's the Trump Rothschild Rockefeller connection. It's a pretty lengthy article. I know you don't really care about Trump and all that, but it's just a funny little thing.
It's just, I know you're saying the correlations between them, right?
Yeah, and I was reading that, and it goes into, the connections and stuff like that.
It's so unbelievable, dude. Like this stuff in general, man, that we're going through here. I'm trying to differentiate the real from the false, the just dude. Then I'm just, bro, dude. We don't know. Look, I'm telling you right now, bro. We know nothing. We know nothing. Look, we know the little bit that we've been given on a conscious level by the divine, and I believe everything is through the divine. Whatever you consider the divine to be, I consider it to be the highest power. And I believe, or something working through the highest power, and whatever's going on in this reality right now is not. It's not the way it's supposed to. It's just, dude. There's something special happening. Depending on the binoculars you're looking through, you know what I mean? If you look at it from, if I look at it, I'll be honest with you. If I look at it from, say, my eyes, I look at it as a very special time to be alive, but also a very concerning time in a way. Not concerning in a way. I feel like everything's gonna fall how it has to fall. But dude, I got a lot. Dude, I got a lot of. I'm a sensitive dude, bro. I got a lot of empathy. I don't want to see like these people hurt, man. I don't want to see them hurt. They're being misled, and I don't think a lot of them realize it, man.
Right.
And we know, like friggin' his name's Lex Lumen now. Like Ghost said, pretty much, dude. Friggin' it's, you can't see that your president can't speak like I don't. But there are people getting this though, and so for some people it's a huge jump, and other people it's very little baby steps. But I do see it. I don't know if you guys see it in your. I know he was telling me that he could see it a little bit with his grandmother. You know, like there's certain things that she'll try to avoid. Like I think I think it was you telling me about the Euphrates River, right? You were playing something for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know they are getting it, but they're almost like, oh shit, like what is this? Like it's almost like their egos are being like a little bit like, whoa, this is getting a little too like Harry Potterish or a little like Hollywoodish.
That's all. Yeah, that's what everything is.
You know?
Yeah, and this is and I don't want like your grandmother is probably like she probably.
Well, that's what the Matrix isn't that what the Matrix movie is about? Someone waking up, someone getting conscious, and then he gets the option. All right, well, you can either deny it, but then you can keep living in this dream world, or you can go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So that's all it is.
I don't want
nobody else. Like, if you think about it, if you've been led to do something your entire life for years on years on years, most of the people are going to choose the other pill.
Have you ever heard about the soul trap? Either of you?
No.
Okay, so. This is why I think this is so important. I'm not saying this is a fact. I'm saying it's a possibility. A lot of things say go to the white light, go to the light, go to the light, go to the light. Like just like everything else in this world that we've been presented, why would that be any different? You know what I mean? There's a lot of people now saying the opposite. There's a lot of people that have become that said light is a reincarnation cycle that you go back in and then you stay stuck. So let's say this does work like this, and I'm not saying 100% it does this, but this is why it's so important for me that when I do shed my body, when the divine decides, hey, it's time for you. When the divine decides and say I'm in a spot where it's like, listen, you got this information now in that schooling that you were just in, you're either going to choose to come back or you're going to choose to discern what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Let's say that this is a whole thing where we pretty much get manipulated and agree to come back. And I'm not saying that's what it is, but a lot of people think it is. Say your grandmother doesn't take that leap her last 20 years of life, right? And then she decides, hey, I'm going to come back. And before you know it, she's a little boy in India being born into a fucking family out there. And then now she has to go through all this again. I tell my wife this all the time. I said, listen, when I get out of here and I go back into my soul form, I said, I want to be able to question everything. And I don't want to make... I don't want to just be like completely oblivious to what's going on to me. You know what I mean? I'm going with the lights there. There's a little shadow behind me. I want to be able to look around and say, what is the accurate way for me to go about this? If I have that option, there's a lot of people believe in it. If you look it up, it's called a reincarnation trip. And a lot of people talk about it. A lot of people in spiritual awakenings talk about it. They say, do not go to the light. That's what they say. Now also, I got to check out this. A lot of these people that claim to be awakened mess with my mind because I don't think a lot of these people are flat earthers neither. And I almost don't know how you could be awakened and not understand that you're not on a ball. That's another thing that messes with my mind.
Well, you don't think that could just be a Satanist thing?
It could be either or. That's why you have to be able to discern between the both. And you have to be able to do your research and go deep within. For me, dude, the light, going to the light, I feel like going to light's the correct thing, but I don't leave out the fact that it might not be. I don't. Well, if you have to pick up every rock, don't you? You don't know what's under every rock. You gotta be able to analyze between these things, man. Because I'm not just gonna be there and go, hey, I'm not gonna look into it.
Yeah, I do feel like there might be a false light because the thing you sent with that. You remember you sending that Brian Stavely interview like a month ago with that one girl who runs that Tree of Knowledge YouTube channel.
Yeah, she has some fucking crazy. Dude, I don't even know. Listening to her, bro, makes me vibe at a frequency so low. I don't even want to listen to her no more.
Yeah, that I'm kind of like, okay, but you got Santos Bonacci saying one thing,
Trixie.
right? I mean, Santos Fibonacci's pretty good too, but and then I've also heard that too, like people saying don't go to the light, but then you got like all these things saying go to the light, but then so there might be a false light that people might be led into, you know, and
This is
until
what I'm
they
saying.
like
Something
wake
something
up.
that comes in, something that pops in while it's something that pops in, and it distracts it. Like, dude, it's just you have to look. The one thing you guys all got right is that you're, and this is what it comes down to. I believe we all have a very, and this is not a knock on any of us. I think this is a big key. We've all been gifted something through the divine. That's why we're in this Discord talking about this stuff at this time. But it's the imagination that's still highlighted. Our minds are still, that's the imagination is like the doorway to the soul in a way, right? Like we're able to go into places that like very vividly. Our imaginations are still intact. A lot of people, I feel like they can't go to these places and believe anything. So you have to do your work, man. You're gifted the insight to do the research, to question everything. Now, listen, astrology is very interesting to me, man. Look, my gifts and my talents, and I believe everyone has gifts and talents, might be different than Evans, and Evans might be different than Ghosts, you know, and Ghosts might be different Stokely's. Everyone has a different gift. And maybe some people have the same gift, you know, like the fucking being on. Maybe we're both wide receivers, and then maybe Evans a quarterback. You know what I mean? Who knows? But this is how you got to look at it, man. We don't know a lot, but you have to do your research. I don't take nothing no one says to me, and take. I don't take it as concrete. I look at everything and I try to figure out in my heart what makes sense. And right now, what makes sense the most is the conscious awareness that has been bestowed upon us. And I think there's a huge conscious shift all over the planet or all over the realm that some people are receiving openly, like they're looking, whatever it is that is making us like get it. And then there's other people who are almost like, it's either they don't want it or they don't believe. There's such a lack of belief. There's something that's blocking it, like a firewall. You know, their McAfee firewall is fucking, on level 10, where maybe ours is only on level 3, you know?
Going back to I wanted to say something about that whole like ego thing about how people can't like have discernment. A lot of the stuff, man, that came about just like you, Joe, it came about like through suffering in a sense. I tell you what, man, I have not had a whole lot of friends, and the last 4 years of high school kind of like just sent me a little back, dude. I was like, and that's kind of like what led me to my awakening too, in a sense.
Yeah, dude, this is, and I try my best not to, I'm very thankful for where I'm at in this. I'm not utilizing what I can do to my best of my ability. And from looking at astrology, it all points to communication and communicate. It's communication, talking, preaching, all this stuff. This is what my thing is. Yours actually points to this a lot too, Evan, with all those 11 houses. You know, grouping, social, you know, networking. I think the 11th house has a lot to do with the internet or something like that. If I'm not mistaken, like big things like that. So there's a lot with astrology, and we don't know full astrology. Let's be real about it. Just like they do everything, they give us halves and halves. So we have to sort of like try to understand ourselves, look at the charts. But there is a lot of things I've went through in my life that when I look at astrology, it relates to, and it feels right. It feels right. What am I supposed to be doing? I'm supposed to be helping. What areas am I supposed to be helping? I think I'm supposed to be helping whatever areas that I have that gets these other people to be the best versions of themselves. That's how I feel. I think I'm supposed to shine the diamonds. And it's not a competition, man. And unfortunately, a lot of us have to go through some fucked up situations in our lives in order to see what we're seeing and understand what we're understanding. And we're learning. Look, I get tricked sometimes. Like sometimes I'll look at something and I will like think it's something, and then I'll realize that there's another side at play here, and I'll be tricked. I thought this represented something, it really didn't. And I'll admit my faults there, and that's a learning experience. But it is important, dude. It's important. And I'm telling you, bro, if you would have hung out with me 3 years ago and went to the bar with me or something, you would have been like, holy shit, this guy's the most fucking sport guy / taking shots, fucking yelling, fucking, crazy dude. You'd be like, wow, like this guy will never be talking about the stuff he's talking about. But dude, it's so important. I tell everyone, it's so important. I tell my wife it all the time. You don't understand how important this stuff is. So when she bangs me on the arm in the middle of a movie because they're talking about stars being a map in a firmament, that made me very happy. You know what I mean? It is, because that's seed. That's a little seed there. That's a little seed that's growing in her, whether she realizes it or not. And I told her, I said, I was proud of her. I went to the casino. My wife used to like to gamble, right? And I started telling her how it's all satanic. I told her it's all satanic. All this stuff. It's a dopamine hit. We went down to Atlantic City. She barely spent any money. So proud of her. Been with my wife 22 years, bro. Like, she's making strides. And they're not the strides, obviously, because, dude, the more we get into this and the more the divine leads us, we're hitting. I feel like the more you gain, the more you accelerate, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at my wife now and I'm like, all right, she's not coming along as fast as I want, but she is the seed. And my daughter, especially, the seeds are planted. She's getting it. She's understanding it. There really is a understanding that takes place. And this understanding, once it festers and these seeds grow in these individuals, especially for the younger individuals, and older, it doesn't matter your age, but when you're young and you're starting your life and you're still in the midst of what you want to be and your career path and all this stuff, dude, this type of information and this feeling and emotion and empathy that you get towards the world, bro, it could push you. It's a huge, huge, huge gift. Do not squander it for material gain. Do something you love that you know is going to help the whole. That's the key. You will heal by healing others.
Right. Yeah. Have I told you the one time I talked to my mom about this stuff? And I also talk about this stuff at work too, but I was talking with my mom about this stuff, and I was like, dude, I think I told you this. Like, I was like, dude, hypothetically, if I wanted to go and like hurt myself or something, I was like, no, dude, that's just not. Because there's something that happens consciously to you that just makes you aware, just to try to be a better person and be your beautiful self and all that stuff. Because this information's important, dude. That's why, I appreciate anything that just comes to me.
Exactly. You gotta.
Because a lot of people think about, imagine all the killing that happens and all the suicides that happen and the silly fights that happen because they're so ignorant, so egotistical, they just aren't thinking, bro. And a lot of this stuff is just evil stuff that's going on. It's kind of like what Lindsay talks about, the whole, the rulers of the world, they got all this knowledge, they're super smart, and they might be, enlightened to a degree, but not, to the point of, love and stuff like that, because they would not be killing people. They'd not be going out there bombing and all that stuff. And
you're talking about these groups, these religious groups?
Yeah, you can say religious or just military or anything like that. There just wouldn't be any killing to the point where there's murder and wars, and I'm all for protecting yourself, but wars as in just to start chaos, bro, that's something else.
Yeah, there is no so there is no room for war in in the world that we're going into. This is what I believe. The only war that it will be a final war, in my opinion, for a long time, you know, will be the spiritual warfare that's taking place right now. You know, I have no problem, dude, sitting there and talking about how bad my ego was at one point. You know, and I feel like it helps people because I don't know a lot of people that had an ego like mine. You know, and it was built out of insecurity, dude. It was built out of just wanting to be the person that people looked at and said, you know what? I wanted to be the guy that if someone said the wrong thing to me, I knew I could grab them by their neck and throw them a beating. That's what I wanted to be. Life humbled me a lot of times because I realized that this is not who it was almost, dude, I don't know how to take it. Like, can I look at myself? I used to look at myself as a victim. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I grew up a fucked up childhood. I grew up with a lot of bad things. I grew up with just insecurities. And then when I look in hindsight, and then I think about coincidences, and really, I don't really believe in coincidences too much. When I look at it all, man, and I go back, I say to myself, I was very fortunate to go through all the shit I went through because it did make me. It wasn't an easy schooling, man. It still isn't because I'm still learning. I feel like I'm getting like the touch-ups here of every. I'm still getting these little things, these little courses, these little side courses that are messing with me. But it is a hard schooling, man. And I do feel like, I'll tell you this, I don't feel like, I always used to tell people, come into my mind for an hour, come into my mind for 2 hours. You'll be begging to get off of it, get out of it. It's like a fucking roller coaster that just doesn't stop. And but it's a blessing, you know. I'm very, I don't know, using that word. I used to always use it, but it's like a blessing to go through these things. And when you look at it from the way of being of a school and experiences making you grow as a person and as a soul. But it's hard. A lot of people look at their traumas and they'll say, damn, dude, why did I have to go through this? Why did my family have to be like this? Why did my friggin', why did I lose both my parents so young? You know what I mean? Why did I lose my mother on my birthday when I was 9 years old of a apparent overdose? You know, why did my dad die at such a young age? You know, why don't I have no grandparents? Why did my mother figure pass away? There's so many things for me that are like I can write a book on this crazy life I've had. And when I look back on it, I almost am like, I learned so much from these things. Dude, I found out my mother died when I was 9 years old on my birthday. My aunt walked into the house. She didn't know me and my sister standing there. We were like on a stairwell. And I heard her saying, my aunt was like a mother figure in my life in place of my mom. And my mother wasn't really in my life a lot early, but when she passed away, my aunt said, how am I supposed to tell these two kids that their mother passed away? Dude, I didn't know what to do. And I looked at my sister and I laughed. This is how emotionally messed up I was. I didn't understand my emotions. I didn't know really how to cry. It was so fucked up. But when I look back on it and I look at the situations, when you have people that go through these situations, there's something about them. There's something, I really do believe this. God gives its toughest battles to its strongest warriors. And I'm not saying I'm the strongest, but I'm saying there's something that God knew wasn't steering me into the fire and saying, hey, I want to watch you burn and melt. It was, look, I'm bringing you into the fire and you're going to come out knowing way better. And I don't know if it was all God that did it. It could have just forces at play here. So for all I know, God used these things to help me, but there was other forces that might have been misleading me, you know? I don't know how it works, man, but we all are here for a reason, you know? And there is a reason. There's always a reason why these things are happening to us. So just look at yourself as being if you have this awareness, be thankful, bro. I thank God at night. I thank God every night. I say, God divine, I thank you. I thank you for guiding me and being there for me. I know I'm not perfect, but just keep steering my ship. I thank the guides, the angels, any higher power that's helping me. And I know I'm being helped. I know I am. I've been in a lot of fucking things in my life, dude, where like whether it be drinking at bars and not getting fucking into monstrous fights, whether it be friggin' just I felt like I just been able to avoid a lot of dangerous situations in my life, especially while drinking. Growing up, not getting. I had a little bit of an alcohol problem, or a big alcohol problem. Not getting hooked on drugs or anything like that. That was huge. Just dude, there's a lot of it, man. There's a lot of you learn, and dude, sometimes it's the hard way.
Yeah, I'm really glad you said all that because that really resonates with some of us.
Yeah, I heard you, John. Yeah, for real, man. I mean, I know, I keep bringing up that one person, Grant. I mean, he's like that. Ultra basic. He was like, this guy, lacks emotion, lacks actual feelings, and that's kind of just like what you need, You can't deny that stuff.
Yeah, dude, you got gifts, dude. You look when you go through things, you get through those things, and believe it or not, there's a kid out there, or an adult. I have times in my life where there's adults placed in my life that I feel like I could help. Like I'm 38, I'm talking about people older than me. You know what I mean? You have a gift when you go through certain situations, and know what it is too is that when you go through, I'm going to tell you, this is weird, but maybe you guys could understand this a little bit. I feel like when you're open up, this conscious raises a little bit, your perspectives on things change. Like for example, like I have better perspective now from like I can look at someone and I'm better at putting myself in their shoes than I would have been before this happened to me. If that makes sense. Like if I see like a bum on the boardwalk, right? Like a guy, a homeless man, I can sort of resonate with that more and understand. And I get very curious and very like, wow, I can almost like, wow, how could this guy like be like this? What went on in his life? Where did the things go astray? How did this happen to him? And I could feel it, and I feel there's a love there. Like there's a love there. Like if I was a rich man, I would take that guy, learn his story, and I would do whatever I could to help him. Like this is where I feel like you gotta use the traumas and sadness and the anger that you acquired, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of my stuff that I acquired happened before I was. Look, a lot of my childhood stuff, dude. Look, I would say, dude, before I hit 20 years old, I went through crazy stuff. And then again, when I was like maybe like 25, I lost two of the most important people in my life, and within a 2-month period, my father and my dad, and all of this when it happens, it's like, bro. I told my wife, I was like, dude, like I don't understand this. I said, I feel like I'm here to be abused in this world. And I'll be honest with you, there was times in my life within the last I wouldn't say right before my awakening, I would say 2022. Dude, I talked to my wife. I said, look, I don't know how much longer I could take this. I said, I got my daughter here. I said, at that time she was 14. I said, look, she got a couple more years. I said, I don't know how long I could take it. I said, I don't know how long I could take it. I said, and I don't know if I want to live in this life like this no more. I said, I between my mind, the way it is, like with anxieties and with the drinking to suppress my feelings, the anger I'm holding, the rage I'm holding, and everything. And I never thought about stuff like that, like never. And all of a sudden, it started creeping in the back of my mind. I was like, dude, do I want to live? Do I want to live really like this the rest of my life? And dude, that year was it was coming in, and I had a couple of situations happen I didn't like, with drinking, pretty much arguing with people. And dude, boom, all of a sudden, I didn't get that no more. I didn't think like that no more. Because then I started thinking differently. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Because you know what it is? The divine knows who we are. Divine knows I don't like being manipulated. I don't. And when I started looking at like certain things, I was like, whoa, 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 the earth is flat. I'm watching a football team here that's fucking that's losing every week, and it's pretty much by design, and I pretty much knew it for sure. I was like, I was a really passionate football fan, dude. I'd watch, and if my team lost, and they lost a lot, fucking, I'm a Raider fan. They lose on Sunday, I wouldn't feel good until Friday. Dealing with different things, bro. I just was like, nah. You're telling me I'm suffering. There's a lot of suffering going on in my life at the hands of like a trickery system going on here. I didn't like that, man. It really bothered me. And then I started seeing things with a lot of clarity. I'm telling you, I felt it, bro. Boom, boom. It was like God was like, hey, check this out. And I'm looking, and I'm like, I told my wife about it. And you know what? My wife could say whatever she wants, but if I can get my wife one day, my wife, I think I'm going to get her to join this server. She'll get on. She'll tell you. She'll be like, yeah, he's totally different. She'll say he's still the same asshole, but he's totally different as far as what he believes, what he doesn't believe. And I'm telling you, you guys are young, bro. Use it. Use it to your benefit. How insane is that, right? 72 years old now for a male. Insane. A couple of years back, it was 78.
How do you feel about the Trump shooting?
Completely staged. I don't believe it one bit.
So that it kind of just reminds me, like, what other presidents have been shot? Because I know Abe Lincoln was shot, and John Wilkes Booth. It kind of reminds me of the name Crooks, because this guy's name was Crooks. This guy's last name was Crooks. Who shot him? And if it was staged, then that probably means something, because there was other presidents that were shot.
Did you ever see the relation between Abraham Lincoln and John Kennedy? Did you ever see that? That fucking those things that go hand in hand? That's insane, bro.
Yeah, because yeah, and then all of a sudden you just remember that, because that's the comparison I'm talking about. It's
Insane.
But weirdly enough, so you got to think about it like this, because what did Abe Lincoln do? He freed the slaves. It was something controversial. So because the shooter got away with, well, he didn't get away with it, but he probably did, because it was something controversial, and Abe Lincoln needed to die. So it was either that the shooter got away with it, or the people just let him shoot him. And then it's the same thing with JFK. JFK was releasing a lot of stuff, and then all of a sudden he gets shot.
Yes. Yeah.
Roosevelt, you got to think about Roosevelt. He got shot at once or twice or
He
3
lived
times.
though, right?
Yeah, but do you think that was real?
I think so. So I'm going to tell you this. You know what, dude? Let me think about this before I give an answer.
Because if
I'm trying to dig deep into my heart on how
the government wanted to kill Roosevelt, they would use some sort of bullets that would be 100% death rate.
With Roosevelt. Yeah, you're right. With Roosevelt, that must have been maybe some really random.
And then you think about it, you hear the stories. He kept talking on stage. He kept being confident. Well, what's the correlation with Trump? What did he do after he got supposedly shot? He raised his fist up, and there's a bunch of cool pictures of him now. He did the same thing, and he got away with being shot. But Roosevelt didn't really help anybody.
But at this time, did Roosevelt get shot during an election? Was he like already in the middle of his presidency? Let me look this up.
I don't know.
Like this is, see, the thing with Trump is, this is not, look, I believe back then there was I believe everything's scripted pretty much, but I believe back a little different. Right now, the shift is among us. You have to remember, there's a shift going on, dude. They're pulling out everything, movies, music,
Well, I just
everything
don't know.
is.
I just because it could have always been that way. Because Freemasonry, you got to think these things like Freemasonry, they date back to the 1800s, and they were popular. Like the 1860s, like I said, Jack the Ripper, he was a Freemason. There's a lot of conspiracies and stuff pointing towards it. I've done research. Jack the Ripper is associated with Freemasonry, and that was like the 1800s.
Okay, so it said Teddy Roosevelt was shot leaving the Gilpatrick Hotel in Milwaukee on his way to give a speech. Historical reports show items in his pocket slowed the bullet down. Roosevelt went on to deliver a lengthy speech. Yeah, that sounds super scripted and whack right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
things in his pocket. Things in his pocket. Come on, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
I think yeah.
But he didn't really help anybody. That's what I'm saying. He was there to push the agenda. Unlike JFK or unlike Abe Lincoln. Abe Lincoln, you know.
Abraham Lincoln was my favorite president. I read the Abraham Lincoln autobiography. I wouldn't say I read the whole thing, dude. I would say this: the pictures back when I was a kid were awesome, dude. You know what I mean? They had some crazy, like, violent pictures, and when you're a kid, you're like sort of into shit like that. Well, I was. It was cool that he was like a wrestler, right? I just found him to be a cool guy. I used to always look at the book. I used to always rent it. I think that
he was a good president.
Yeah, he was my favorite. But now when I look back at it, dude, you know, bro, it's so weird, bro. How the fuck do you let this guy Lee Harvey Oswald into the friggin' into a theater just like that and get that close to the president? You're gonna tell me he had no one watching his back?
Yeah, exactly.
Think about this shit. Like, think about it. Like that's just weird. And then he jumps off the fucking thing, if I can remember correctly, right? Doesn't he break his foot or something?
When did that happen?
What was it? 18? What? Let's see. What year did Abraham Lincoln get shot? 1870 something?
Yeah, what
1865. 1865.
The groups like that were there back then. The Freemasonry, that's when it started getting popular.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
They were all the Freemasons.
So they were still there watching, and they didn't like him, so he was out.
Yeah, but here's a weird thing with that, you know. So this is what you got to consider when it comes down to this stuff. Everything is divide and conquer, right? Like everything's divide and conquer. So pretty much it was the South versus the North, and then you got to sit there. And let's be real. The reason why, in my opinion, I used to be a little more gullible to this, and I like to believe, because I don't believe in race. I believe everyone's equal. And I used to believe that Abraham Lincoln was just doing like, you know, African Americans a favor. But then I started looking into it, dude, and it really does seem to me like he really just did what he did because he knew the North was going to lose unless he freed the slaves and let them go to become part of our troops. And let me tell you something: if they don't become part of our troops, the North doesn't win.
Yeah. So it was more of a tactic than.
Yeah, it was like a tactical. Yeah, exactly. It was a tactical move for them to get their agenda. Now, the Republican and the Democratic Party, bro, they're both bad, and I honestly believe they work together, dude. And now, did they work together back then, man? Bro, I can't even tell you, dude. Here's where I'm at, dude. I don't even know if history back then is legit. I don't, bro. I don't know. I was born in 1985, dude. I can't sit there and tell.
I see a lot of people saying that Adolf Hitler didn't do anything wrong, and that's just like a thing going around.
It's a lot of people are on that bandwagon. I try to steer.
And I haven't really looked into it.
I know people, dude, that I come across.
What do you think about it? I haven't really looked into any of that.
I don't understand how this guy could be having mass crowds cheer him on in Germany if they were aware of a genocide going on against the Jewish people. I feel like every person that would cheer him on would have to be a complete lunatic.
Yeah. So America put him in power. So America put him in power, basically. Why would they need to put him in power though? What do you think? Well, there's also a lot of stuff going on with Antarctica.
Yeah, you gotta
And then what do you think about Argus and Antarctica? What do you think about Agartha or whatever it's called? Like there's a story of this Navy pilot who was talking about driving over Antarctica, and there was these spaceships chasing him, and then he went to this hole in the middle, and there was like a different city. It was like Avatar. There was a bunch of plants everywhere and these like alien trees.
pyramids, everything.
Yeah, because there's also the black pyramids that are there. There are some black pyramids that have been found there, and they kind of push that under the rug. And yeah, you got to think about it. I've had conversations with people about this because I'll bring this up to them. If I'm arguing with somebody, I'll be like, okay, well, if the government really cared about people, tell me why Antarctica, there's a peace treaty for every single country in the United Nations. They cannot fight each other in Antarctica. It's only meant for research purposes.
You can't even.
So
why?
Tell me
Because of the script.
why you can't have war in a place full of ice. That would be the perfect place to fight for land, is a place where nobody's living at. But there's going to be war at the places we're living at. How is that fair?
Because you're in the Truman Show, and they don't want you. They don't want you off stage.
But no one questions that.
So we question it, but normal people don't question it because you can't get them to question Joe Biden on ice cream in the middle of a speech.
There being a bunch of research labs there.
Yeah. I see this now happening. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and even if you do, you only get to go to certain places. You're still restricted in there. And then you have the story about the aircraft pilot, and then it's like the Men in Black, because after he experienced all that, when he landed his plane.
You're talking about General Byrd?
What?
You're talking about General Byrd? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, General Byrd. Yeah. He landed his plane, and then all of a sudden, these fucking guys in black suits showed up out of nowhere. And it's like in the middle of this place full of snow. these dudes in just tuxedos just walk up to him and start telling him not to talk about anything.
Yeah, dude, I don't. That's what I'm saying, dude. There's an outer realm, bro, and the outer realm, the firmament, dude. Look, it says in the Bible that the firmament was, placed over us to protect us, doesn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, it's a place for demons to go.
So I mean, I hope I'm not. I would like to think of myself as not a demon. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what the Bible says about it.
But the firmament, what I believe is that, yeah, but that might be part of the Bible that's edited. You know what I mean, dude? That's what I'm saying. Everything's edited. I don't believe.
Yeah,
look, and if let me tell you something, dude. I'm not gonna ever rule out because I don't know enough about. I've been so.
Well, you got to think about the Bible because it could be edited to an extent. Because why is the Bible the most hated thing? Why is there a bunch of hate going against the Bible specifically right now?
Yeah, bro, I could throw crazy conspiracy theory at you that probably a lot of people haven't talked about that will probably make you really scratch your head. I've done this before. What if we're the fallen angels? What if we're the ones that in the book of Enoch that went against the divine and we got fucking sentenced here in this fucking cycle. And now we have to sit here and learn all this and understand what return ourselves back to divine with love and understanding and in this hard thing that's going on. Now I don't believe that. I don't think that's it. But I'm saying
is that something you just came up with, or is that something you thought about?
That's something I thought about in the past. Yeah, I don't think I don't now look. I don't think I'm a look, bro. I don't think I'm a fallen. Look, I think we're all angels in a sense because we are all fractals of God. Now, am I one of the angels that came down here and did some fucked up shit thousands of years ago? I don't think I am, but I can't remember. So even if I was, I wouldn't be able to remember. But here's what I do know: I know the divine's leading me now and trying to wake me up, and I'm waking up. And anything I did in my past, this is what I look at in any life. I understand if it was bad, I understand now what's important, and I understand where I'm supposed to go. Now, I don't think I was an angel that did that stuff, but at the end of the day, if I had a different ego and I had a different listen, bro, if you get on deep levels here, and you come in, you're an awareness, you're a soul, you come into a body, and that body's born into a fucked up family, and your ego grows up, and for whatever reason, you don't get out of that ego, you might do some fucked up things. Am I wrong, guys? Like, it is what it is. But God, the divine, I'm assuming that the angels, right, knew that already. Like they knew that the angels, they must have had a high awareness, about this stuff, and they blatantly betrayed the divine, God, or the divine who was, or something that was working through the divine, a God that was working through the divine, if that's possible. I don't know how it works. That's why I pray to the divine. This is however it is, for all we know, there's a God of this realm who works, who is the divine's main God, and it works like that, and that's who governs all of this. I don't know, but I pray to the good powers and the gods and the divines that are overseeing us. How this all works, I don't know. I think it's so complicated that I don't even think we have the words to articulate. I think there's an energy that's amongst all of us, and I think that energy is in, maybe there's a being that's way more enlightened and way more awareness that would be considered God, and God helped create this realm, and then you have the divine source, which is the initial spark, and then everything goes back to that, and it's about us repenting. I don't like to use that word too much, but it's a good word in this situation. Repenting, to our wrongdoings. But I don't. But here's the thing: I don't get about that, dude. If you put me in a life situation, if there's not a destiny, which I do believe there's a lot of destiny in place here, and that's another thing. If there's a destiny in place here, then I can't. That means that a lot of my life is determined that I'm going with the script also, and I don't even know it. So me talking to you guys, you talking to me, this is all scripted. Now I don't like to believe that that's fully how it is, and I do believe there is destiny and there's free will in between it. Hey, man, this is the reality we're in. But you know what? Question everything, and God the divine will be happy about it. I believe, because that's what it is. That's what being aware is. Questioning everything. Go on to some of the spiritual groups I'm in and start looking at some of these people who say they're spiritually awake. But I'll tell you right now, if you started talking about flat Earth, they probably toss me out the group. But how do those two go together, though? How could you be in such a different reality? How could you be awake, but yet still believe you're on a ball? Unless it's just never been brought to you. I mean, that's a possibility. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I was on Philip. I was on what's his name? Lindsey Harris's. I was gonna say Philip Lindsey, but I was fucking running. This is my football brand. That's a running back. I had a fucking running back for the Denver Broncos a couple of years back. Jeez, dude, I was on Lindsey Harris's one of his posts arguing with some guy. I don't know if you've seen it. Yeah. I was arguing with some guy who was like calling me a flurf and all this other stuff. I said, I don't even know how to argue with these guys like without my ego coming out, because it's like these guys are posting articles and scientific studies that are promoted and pretty much supported and funded by the same people that are pushing these agendas. It all ties back. I don't understand. This is a peer review. Dude, a peer review from who?
Yeah.
What are you serious?
People don't care about that. People don't really care about that.
Because they don't understand that everything is rigged.
Well, it's because they're taught into it. And with the flat Earth thing, my opinion on it is I don't know if it's a sphere and I don't know if it's flat because I can't really see it. So I'm not gonna judge it. It's out of my bounds. It's something I can't see. So I'm not gonna go judging it. And that's the problem. I think that's the problem with like a lot of flat earthers because they say it's flat. Well, the problem with that is, well, you argue that, okay, NASA isn't real. This isn't real. So none of your evidence is there. Okay, yeah, and I agree with that. That's true. A lot of their evidence is fake. It's just simply not true. But at the same time, it's not like you can, see the Earth. So you don't know what it is either. And then that's what I think a lot of flat earthers actually are. They don't know what the Earth looks like. They're sure it's not like a sphere.
So this is where I think that you have to. So I think most people who are educated on this, right? This is where I think you would come to a conclusion. I don't believe. Look, I'm gonna go as far as to say this: we are not on a globe spinning outside of in space. That's not happening.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't matter to me because
that doesn't. But that right there is not no. But that's so important because that's one of the biggest lies in our human history. So
it doesn't affect me at the end of the day. I don't really affect that many other people, but they'll argue that it does because it's like, oh, you're saying that the world's this shape. Well, you're an idiot because all the science says so. But at the end of the day, it's like, it doesn't really matter.
How many years?
If the Earth is flat, or if it's like a rectangle, or if it's like a triangle, at the end of the day, you're going to be going to bed at night and waking up in the morning. It's not going to be any different. No matter what the shape is.
How many rules and how many governments and powerhouse people have used the globe and global warming and everything against the population? It's huge when you're saying that you're in space and all these tax monies are going to NASA and these other corporations to build rockets that aren't getting outside of firmament. So what you're essentially doing is you're paying for something that is make believe. So if you just want to go off of the basic thing that it does affect you, because when you go to work and you pay taxes to something that's not happening, you're essentially being robbed.
Well, you're not going to change that. You're not going to change people getting robbed because that's their job and they've been doing it for thousands and thousands of years.
The collective consciousness is changing that through the divine shift that's happening. The sky is not this is not happening to the sky just because, hey, all of a sudden they decided they want to start testing new things. This is happening because they're trying to prevent something. Look, dude, I was a globe guy up until 36 years old. I didn't care about the flat earth thing. I never even really looked into it. I didn't care. The flat earth thing, I'm not going to say it's completely flat. I don't know if it's completely flat. Personally, if I had to take a guess, I would say that we are on a flat plane that renders in as it's perceived by the collective consciousness that is in that piece of the plane at that time. Now, however you want to put that down, I don't know. But what I'm standing on is flat with terrain. We're not on a ball flying through space. And by them telling us that we're on a ball flying through space, it's the ultimate lie and deception because now you believe that you can't get out. Remember that. You believe that you can't get out. You believe now look, you believe that you're stuck. You believe that people in Australia are standing upside down. That's a fucking weird thing to believe in when you really think about it. And you can say gravity, you can say this, and look, man, I'm the guy that is just here to bring voice of reason. Evan's the guy that's here to start talking about torus fields and how they merge and how how the sun is projecting from one point to another, and this is giving the holographic reality that we perceive. I'm just the guy to tell you, just from what I bring to the table, is it's retarded to think that, and I thought it for 36 years. So get off that ball bandwagon while you're still young. Go ahead, Evan. I know you want to chime in on this.
Well, I saw someone, and I saw someone talking about sacred geometry just in nature in general. Like you think about bees, what do they make? They make honey, and it's all what is it shaped like? It's shaped like a perfect hexagon. And what's the one food that doesn't go bad? Honey. Honey does not, like, if you have natural bee honey, you can just have it sitting there for almost like years and it won't go bad at all because it's pure and it's something made in nature and something that we can't even replicate. But I looked at it and the way they make the honey, the honeycombs, like you see the little shapes, they make it through vibrations. And there's something about like the protective layers in the honey that just doesn't, it protects it from mold. It protects it from all of like the shit that makes food moldy and makes it deteriorate.
Yeah, it's, honey's a honey's a
Yeah, isn't that just a pyramid?
you have to ask yourself too in a lot of ways why the symbolism towards certain things. So you have to remember, like the Kabbalion talks about half truths, the pendulum swinging, and how things are. So I do believe there's a karmic law in place here, where they have to put out certain things. They can't hide everything. There's a lot of truths, and the divine is giving us all these things right now, all these truths. And the thing is, can we accept them as truths? Can we get past the fact that our ego? Oh, look, this is what the truth is. Can we get past our egos to accept that this is reality, that this is what's happening? If you can, hey, your journey's gonna be a lot easier. If you can't, you're gonna be battling because you're not winning. Like no one, if you live by your ego, you're not gonna win. You're not. Look. God's winning in the end. The divine God is winning in the end. It's not gonna be this. They already know it, dude. You guys got to go see that movie, Fly Me to the Moon. Go see it. See if you can stream it or something. It's so subliminal. It's so stupid. It's not a horrible movie if I didn't know anything about this stuff. It's right in your face. They just don't want you to know nothing, man. Keep raising your consciousness. Yeah, it sounds to me. It sounds to me just like this whole thing was this area was created that we inhabit was created for shelter and for protection. Just the same way the Indians took this made teepees for protection from the weather, right? And everything that this was made for our protection from whatever, maybe it was, maybe coming here is like a maybe it's just like somehow like it it builds up your soul, you know. And then when we leave, we go outside the firmament, you know. Maybe maybe it's just something to see how you dude, for all you, there's a million possibilities. But one thing I could tell you, no matter what the possibilities are, this fucking joint seems hijacked to me. Hmm. Yeah, I, I think I'm learning more and more about the Taurus field stuff and how everything's working. Um, you know, I feel like no matter what we're in, we know we're not. We're almost all. Well, most of us are positive, pretty much positive that we're not on a globe, right? Um, and I think that's the most important thing to understand is that that's a mass lie made up. Um, you start learning about what we possibly are in, how it works, you know, and what's the ultimate, you know, end game here. I think the end game is really to. I think there's levels here. I think you're here in the physical. I think you go back to the spiritual, which is probably another realm all in itself. Might be on top of one another or within one another. And then I think you are going to eventually get to a point where you're going to be the ultimate thing is to go back to be reunite with source. You know, that's pretty much how it is. Yeah. Yeah, Kubrick is they say in charge of the moon hoax. Um, he's also in charge of Eyes Wide Shut, where she died during its productions after they said they had to eliminate like 30 to 40 minutes of film that was never put in. Um, you know, dude, it's so deep, bro. It's so deep and it's so It, Warp Speed, who you, Donald Trump? What is that? To break? Was that to break the firmament? Yeah, yeah, yep. That's yeah, yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All these operations to break the firmament, and everyone just turns a blind eye to them. Does everyone ever think to ask you, like you ever think what they're trying to do? You know what I mean? Dude, even the CIA releases different like pay. I haven't read a lot of them, but I've come across them once in a while, dude. Like about our realm being like a being pretty much a hologram, right? Like it's like all these different things that are out there, and it's just I really feel like you could put anything they can put anything they want out there, bro. The majority of people aren't going to care. And I think all this is just a lead up to that. Like how much can we get the sheep to obey the rules before we unleash the ultimate tyranny on them? You know what I mean? Now they did it. They did it with the jab, right? First, so it's a 71% worldwide, right? 5 point something billion people. Um, so they're seeing that, and then this is what they're trying to see: how much order do we have? Um, they have a lot, bro. They have a lot of people listening.
Yep. And then Hillary Clinton comes out. She's like, "Oh, we're trying to break that. Like, oh, we're shattering the last piece of glass, or whatever that quote was in that speech she gave."
Yeah, they always used to say that flattening the curve shit, right? Who says that all the time? I
Exactly.
used to hear that. I used to hear that in New Jersey all the time. We're flattening the curve. You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude. Like, what are you nuts? These people are insane, dude. I'll tell you, I don't put past them that they're reptilians. I don't. I don't. I really don't. Some of the things I've seen on reptilians, bro. That one or two things I seen in particular, bro, where it was such bad quality, fucking hour and a half woman shouting outside Buckingham Palace with people cheering her on. The shit is just like, bro, like this shit is such bad quality. Someone just normal filming it. This woman screaming at the time, not being removed. Like saying how these people played ritualistic games with her, dude, and all this shit with her bloodline, dude. Whatever the fuck they're talking about, it's not like a good staged performance. It's very bad. It's just people cheering her on. It's like she seems like a pretty like normal person. I don't put anything past it. We don't know, dude. We're the Men in Black, dude, and the reality is probably most more than likely fluid. It's a fluid reality we're in here, you know. So we don't. So what's the next move? The move is just to keep planting seeds and hope. And look, I think it's gonna happen, man. I think they're trying to delay it. I there's a guy I want you to follow on Facebook when you get a chance. Now, I wasn't 100%. He used to be very religious, and now he's like starting to talk a lot about the planets, which is weird. He said some things. He's always talking about the Earth and the globe. Now, it's really weird because I don't agree with the Earth and the globe, but he is talking a lot about the planets, and he is talking. It's like he switched everything up recently. Um, his name's Jonathan Gentry. If you look him up, Gentry. And he does be posting some crazy shit. He's losing a lot of people. A lot of people aren't liking what he's talking about. But he does say a lot of stuff about sun, a lot of stuff about like how like the television's all lying, and he is starting to look a little bit like a psychopath. Now whether that's just someone who's like I keep telling everyone, dude, there's gonna be a lot like the Terrence Howards and these other people who are coming out as like flat earthers and as people who believe in this and believe in that. These people are they're being put in place as a escape route. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. I'm having trouble finding this.
Yeah. I'll send it to you.
There's a bunch of
Yeah, he's a Gentry, and he's a Gentry. How can I share? Yeah, public figure. Yeah, black guy. 296K followers. He's just, he's just, he's a pretty cool dude, man. Like he's just pretty, he's been saying some crazy shit. Now he used to preach a lot about the religion, dude. Now all of a sudden, dude, he's preaching about like the planets and stuff. And I don't understand this shift. I don't know why he's doing this. I'm questioning everything. But
Mikhail, I know you had your mic on mute. Is there anything you want to say or speak about? 'Cause I know you haven't really gotten a chance to speak, but
is that your cousin?
yeah,
Yeah, I haven't heard him talk much.
he might be AFK or doing something. Yeah, I was like, don't be afraid to speak or speak your mind. Try to stay open-minded. I don't feel like it's right to just scream at people for different opinions. Like if you got a different opinion on something, we can agree to disagree or whatever.
Yeah, any opinions, great. At least you're thinking. That's the most important thing.
Sometimes
You know.
that's just what needs to happen. You'll just not convince someone or.
Yeah, dude, I'm not going to disrespect people for their opinions. I might have a debate, but I'm not. I look. Original thought, dude. As long as you're thinking, you know what I mean. Like I could listen to you. I could listen to Ghost. I could listen to a bunch of people, and then maybe later on at night, something will resonate with what both of you said, and I could formulate something in my mind that makes sense to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I definitely believe you're. Like I'm honest with myself. I definitely believe your theory that you're following on the toroidal fields, and the way they combine and they make, plane of inertia, however it works. I won't say I understand it completely because I don't, but it does make sense, and when you say the sun is in the real sun's in counter space, I believe you say, right, and it reflects onto like another sun inside, right? That's pretty much lighting us up. Is that somewhat what you say? I'm probably butchering it. But this is new to me, dude, because I just understand what I see with my senses and what I've learned. So these things are stuff that you're teaching me that I'm learning. I'm looking at Lindsay Harris. I'm learning, but it is a lot of information if you've never. I gotta learn what a fucking toroidal field is. I gotta learn what, I gotta learn what the plane of inertia is. I gotta learn what counter space is. These are my fortes here, dude. I'm more of like I see what I see, I feel what I feel, and and a lot with synchronicity. So this type of stuff is stuff that I'm learning.
Yeah, if you can, if you have money, man, I'd go and sign up for Lindsay's Patreon. He has such good stuff on there. You can chat. You can chat with him on Facebook too, but there's a lot of good people on there. So if you have money, man, and if you enjoy watching Lindsay's stuff, I'd definitely hop on his Patreon. I'm on his.
Yeah, I like him. He's definitely a cool. He's definitely a cool. I like the fact that no one likes him. You know, anytime I see someone that like gets that type, like Santos started getting that a lot, right? When I see people like that, I like it because I'm like, yeah, this guy's pretty cool. You know?
His Patreon, dude, and his floodgates video with he talks about both spaceship and he talks about why it's hidden because basically he relates it to he it's skepticism or speculation. Sorry, it's speculation because if you've been watching him, he talks about this overlay of the stars. Now, flat earthers, they've been trying to see what he's talking about, and I asked about this because he's basically saying as the field moves, like the southern hemisphere, southern hemisphere magnetic field, as it moves towards the north, following the ecliptic plane, it's going down to the metaphysical capacitor plate of Capricorn, going down. He talks about it's going down into a mente, and it's like an overlay, and then it comes back out at I believe winter, and he goes into the 24-hour sun there too. But I've tried to realize, like I've been trying to put that into my mind. That kind of sounds like the coffee cup caustic. It goes into that. He introduced me to that, where if you take the sun or a light source, you put it to the edge of a coffee cup, it lights up the whole rim of the coffee cup. They call that coffee cup caustic,
Mm-hmm.
and that would get your 24-hour daylight in Antarctica. I'm not sure about the 24-hour sun, but it would definitely give you the 24-hour daylight because it's like reflecting off the firmament. If you were to look up that,
Yeah, I'll check it out.
I'll send
A 24. Yeah, send it.
send it in general. So this is the coffee cup caustic. You put a light source to like the edge of a, or you just like shine it on the edge of the coffee cup, and you can see the light going all the way around,
Mm-hmm.
and that would give you like your 24-hour daylight of Antarctica. Now they've been talking about the 24-hour sun recently, and they say they're gonna go to Antarctica and film that at a specific time of year.
I heard about this that they're gonna prove that the Earth is round, right?
Yeah,
That's what they said. It's fucking dude. Know what's so funny, bro, is that it's so funny because if you're gonna make why not just get in a fucking plane and just bring in some flat earthers with you and just fly around the fucking globe?
exactly.
Why do you have to do all this? They have to do this, and look, the same people sponsoring this are are people stupid, dude? Like what do you think's gonna happen here? They're gonna go to Antarctica and they're gonna fake some shit, and there's gonna be no one there to verify it. Who do they bring to verify it? What happened with this guy David Weiss? He was pretty good for a while. I heard he's a real showbag now, huh?
Yeah, did you see Brian Staveley's recent live stream?
I seen one recently where he said that he was pretty much like with like something with Alex Jones and all this. And then dude, Jake the asshole called out Brian Staveley too.
Really?
Yeah, he fucking called Brian Staveley a shillbag. Other people have called Brian Staveley a shillbag too. And let me tell you something. When I called in Brian Staveley on his when I called in his show and I told him about the 9/11 thing, bro, he got real weird. Like it was really off to me. It was almost like I swear, dude, when I reached out to him, I felt like there was some weird thing there, like a little bit like oh shit, he's one of them. That's exactly what I felt like. Like I felt like it was like he like almost like he knew something I didn't. And I don't know what that is, dude. I don't know what that is, but that's why I made that comment earlier. I said I don't know if this is a world where they say there's 8 billion people, but there's only a million that are actually not NPCs. And I don't like saying that because I'm not saying I believe that. I say I leave the possibility because when I sometimes react to people, dude, I don't understand the human like there's just certain things lacking sometimes, man. And I can't just put it down to personality. You know what I mean?
What did
Is it,
Jake the asshole say about Brian?
I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Because I know I was watching Brian Staveley.
There's a clip. Someone clipped it, so it's short. It's like a minute long. It's like 2 minutes long. I'm sending it to you.
Okay. Yeah, Brian Staveley, he was calling out Dave Weiss, and because Dave Weiss,
Hey, you know what? I'll share my screen. I'll share my screen real quick. You could view a stream.
yeah, I'll view it.
All right, hold on. Let me go on this real quick.
And he was at this Flattoberfest conference, I guess some event for the Flat Earth, and Dave Weiss invited Tyler Oliveira, who was just going
Mhm.
around trolling, asking stupid questions, whatever, right? And
Uh huh.
Dave Weiss said that he was a cool dude, but Brian Staley was like, no, like he's going
Yes.
around trolling.
This is where so I'm 75-25% that Staveley's real. Um, I'm like 90% that Jake the asshole's real. I just think that they're on different things, but I'm gonna play a video right now for you. Hold on. All right, it's up.
All right, I'm watching.
Navan, it's the business travel platform that's taking the world by storm. Every employee can book their own.
There are more than 1,500 people living in tunnels below.
Look at this.
the bay.
Why the hell did it put me on this? There you go.
There are more than 1,500
this.
people living in tunnels.
How is I'm hitting play on this?
Fucking shillbag.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, look, we got Mr. Mandela effect here. Look, bro, I know you're a fucking shillbag, piece of shit. And you want your spotlight from Jake the asshole. Now you got it. Listen here, shitbag. I know your whole channel and your existence is all dedicated to Mandela effect. But you're a shill who cornered yourself into that fucking topic, and you don't have anything else other than that. And then you go around telling everyone they're a shill if they don't agree with all your fucking Mandela effects. Well, guess what? Some Mandela effects are kind of weird, and I can't quite explain it. But other ones I've personally fucking debunked, like Jiffy peanut butter. There's people who say, oh my God, Jiffy peanut butter was a thing, and now it's not. Mandela. There was no Jiffy peanut butter. There's Jif peanut butter, and there's Skippy peanut butter, and there's Jiffy cornbread mix, but there wasn't Jiffy fucking peanut butter. And so you can't just go around saying, oh my God, reality shifted because I don't remember shit correctly. And that's what you do. You don't remember some shit correctly, and your whole channel is based off people not remembering shit correctly. And so you go around talking about Mandela like it's the most important thing in the fucking world. And it's not. All right? Most Mandela effects don't affect me at all. And I don't give a fuck. Oh my God, It used to be Bernstein, and now it's Bernstein. Don't give a fuck. Can I explain it? No, but I don't give a fuck. What am I going to do? Turn reality back? Am I going to fix reality if it keeps shifting? I can't stop reality from shifting if that's the case. So if they're going to shift reality and only change a bunch of stupid shit that I can't change, well, I'm not going to sit around and bitch about it all day. I got other stuff to talk about. Why don't you talk about that? Oh, that's what you do on your Mandela Effect channel that only talks about Mandela effects. You're a fucking shillbag who hung out with David Weiss and all the flat earth shills. So, when your fucking fake flat earth pizza pie map with your one circling sun crumbles and Jaren says it's a globe, are you going to be one of the shills that jumps on board with the globe? Or are you going to say, no, it was a Mandela effect. We all are just Mandela affected. There you go. You finally got Jake the asshole to acknowledge your fucking stupid shill ass. Hey, Brian, what are you, like 5'2"? And you talk shit to me? Bro, if I ever saw you in person, do you realize how easily I could knock you the fuck out? Just saying, there's not many smaller dudes than me who talk as much shit to me as you. So you're one of the few dudes who's way smaller than me out there running your mouth. Just know if you ever ran into me in person, I would make you admit that you're a bitch. I would make you admit that you're my little bitch. Understand that, Brian? You wanted my attention? Now you got it! Now play that on your channel so you can get some views. Take that clip and play it on your channel. The great Jake the asshole finally talked to Brian Stavely. That's the most famous thing you've done in your fucking show career, is get me to talk about you, you little stupid piece of shit. Congratulations. Aren't you glad you showed up to my stream and made a nuisance of yourself so that I decided to finally talk about you? It's the day you dreamed of. Jake the asshole made you relevant and talked about you during his stream, which gets way more views and people watching than you ever will in your fucking shill life. You'll never have as many people as I have watching right now, ever, because you're not entertaining and you're just a Mandela effect shitbag, little piece of shit loser. And you're connected back to shitbag shills like David Weiss, who was on InfoWars with Alex Jones. But I'm sure you got an excuse for that, right?
What'd you think of that? I just wanted to save that for. I just want to save this for later. In a
When
second.
that afternoon slump hits, you boss up. Ratio with 25 grams of protein.
Dude. So yeah, so this is my opinion on this. I like Jake the asshole, right? But I'll tell you this about Jake the asshole. Jake the asshole, his ego is out of control, dude. It's out of control. It is. It's completely out of control. I know way more about Jake the asshole about football, and I can tell you right now, Jake the asshole during the football season does a thing about rigged football, right? And plays top 10 plays, and I'm telling you right now, he finds some plays that are definitely scripted. There's a lot of plays that he calls scripted that I don't believe are scripted. And there's times where I believe he's right a lot of times, but there's times where he's wrong, and he refuses to see that he's wrong. The way he's attacking Brian Stavely because of his height, because of his toughness. First of all, Jake the asshole is no one that's in fucking any type of shape to be fucking out there threatening anyone because he's a little taller than someone. Neither. That's another thing. But yeah. Yeah, but here is the thing. This is where, see, Brian Stavely sometimes says things, and there's things that happen with Brian Stavely that I'll give you an example, bro. Here, I'm gonna show you something that will fucking fuck with me with Brian Staley. Ready? And now these are little things I pick up on, I'm trying. I have to debunk it. I have to figure it out. So watch this. I go back to YouTube. Hold on. I'll show you something. This is something stupid. This is something stupid. But I want. But it. These are the things that my mind. These are bothered me.
I just want to say, like, even though Dave Weiss was on Alex Jones, I don't feel like that's necessarily shill because Austin Whitsitt, he was on Alex Jones too for a debate. I don't feel like that's shill, you know. Even though I know that there's controversy with Alex Jones and stuff, I still don't feel like that would make Dave Weiss necessarily a shill. It is kind of suspicious, I will say, but I mean, other than that, like
Yeah,
like okay, you know,
yeah.
he got some publicity, he got invited on, you know, and wanted to talk about flat Earth or whatever because it's gaining popularity.
Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
You know, I just feel like that was kind of like a low blow right there for Dave Weiss, but I don't even know too much about him now. But it is kind of weird that he invites a big YouTuber, Tyler Oliveira, to a flat Earth conference, and you know, and he just like, oh, he's a pretty cool dude. When he wanted to just make flat earthers look stupid, you know, asking stupid questions, going around trolling, making them look stupid for his YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know if he's. Staley said something about him too. So
And now Stavely, yeah, and even Stavely was going around like he on that live that he made about Dave Weiss. He was calling him out as well.
hold on 1 second. I'm trying. I want to find something for. I want to try to find something to see what you think about this.
Yeah, no problem. And the guy who was on that live stream with Brian Stavely, he was like, "Why couldn't Dave Weiss just say it's flat?" He was like, he was kind of stuttering and he couldn't say it, and they found that kind of like shill like. I mean, if that was me, I'd just say it's flat. Yeah, it's flat, bro. It might not be like flat as a piece of paper. You obviously got like elevation and stuff, but it's like the plane of inertia. It's a neutral point.
Yeah, some people are. You know what? That's a hard thing for people to accept, dude. Because a lot of people's. I know a guy who's very open minded, and he can't accept that because a lot of his theories go out the window if he does.
Like obviously you have mountains and you got elevation and stuff like that, right?
Hold on 1 second. I'm just trying to find something I want on Brian Stable's channel. It's something that happened.
Yeah, take your time. Sorry.
See if I,
Did you see that Kiwi was calling me insane and doing low blows to me? Like, because I called the
I
planets
didn't.
discs. It was this week. I think it was either yesterday or 2 days ago. And then she started insulting me. I was like,
I
the
didn't see
planets
it.
are discs. Yeah, I was like, the planets are discs. And then she lost her shit.
She believes in globe.
Yeah.
Why can't I find this?
Jesus had 12 discs. 12 disc cycles.
All right, right here. Watch this. Right here. 125. Hold on. 125. All right, check. All right, check this out. I'm gonna stream something. I want you to listen to this in the background. What do you make of this? You're gonna hear a guy. Now these are little things that mess with me when I watch videos. If I see an edit that goes wrong, or if I hear something that doesn't sound right, I don't know what it is. My brain just signals a red flag. I'm curious of what you think about it. Now, from what I know about Brian Staveley, I don't think I think he lives by himself. But the fact that the person says "whoops" twice is weird to me. Tell me if you hear it. He says it at about 125:30. So about 30 seconds after I'm going to start to play it. All right.
Heads over how or why, and you might get triggered, or I might get triggered over different theories.
I'll leave the timer up so you can see.
But can we discuss openly that this is taking place? Right when the Berenstein Bears changed to the Berenstain, at least from my perspective, like when I became aware of it, I mean, I knew that this was real.
It's coming up in the next 20 seconds. You're going to hear someone go whoops, whoops, and it's going to almost sound like an audio shift.
A couple months later or whatever, the geography changes, man. Carrie Skate says some people are afraid of it. Most people are afraid of it. They're cowards. And they're cucks to the reality. Right when the Berenstein Bears changed to the Berenstain, or they've got...
Did you hear it? Now, if I go back a little bit, can I go back 10 seconds on this? Am I thinking? No, I can't.
Gone from one paradigm to the next, which I talk about.
Let's go back here. Right? So if I go back, but if you hear him,
aware of it? I mean, I knew that this was.
It's weird, dude. It says someone goes whoops, whoops,
man,
and then the audio changes. Watch.
Carrie Skate says some people are afraid of it. Most people are afraid of it. They're cowards, and they're cucks to the reality. Right when the Berenstein Bears changed to the Berenstain, or they've gone from one paradigm to the next, which I talk about a lot.
Did you hear that? Did you hear both of them? The first one, when I on my phone, you hear the first one a little better. It's whoops and then whoops again. But then you hear how the audio shifts into like a more clear audio. It's almost like it gets clearer, dude. I can't explain it. I'll play it one more time. Just look at after the audio, after that interruption. Look how the audio gets a little clearer.
Carrie Skate says some people are afraid of it. Most people are afraid of it. They're cowards. And they're cucks to the reality. Right when the Berenstein Bears changed to the Berenstain, or they've gone from
right there. You see that shift
to the next, which I talk about a lot, right?
Where it's like someone says whoops, and then it cuts, and then it goes. That's a live presentation. So you can't just do an audio edit. You know what I mean? So I'm curious. Unless it ended and then he did an audio edit, maybe someone walked in and then he edited it out. But you do hear the whoops, and dude, shit like that will drive me insane because that tells me. Because in my mind, the way it works with the hypervigilant, pessimistic fucking mind when it comes down to some of these people is someone monitoring his show and he's supposed to be by himself. You know what I mean? So. It could have been someone walking in that he had in his house going, whoa, whoops, like I didn't know you were streaming, right? And then he edited it out after the thing, or my pessimistic mind, because I'm looking at hypervigilant, I'm looking at it like something happened during the fucking and it just slipped in there, like someone did something that during his show, which this guy isn't supposed to be on a high budget, so there shouldn't be anyone else involved. You know what I mean? What do you think?
Yeah, this almost reminds me of it could possibly be in the low spectrum, low percentage, a pre-recorded thing, and he's playing it live, maybe.
What was a live? It was alive. It was a live broadcast. It was a live broadcast, and then he uploaded it. Now, the only thing I can think of is that he edited. But the thing is, he edited it out, and then.
Because I know people sort of cloning videos were going around, but it was like pre-recorded and someone played it live, but it was already like pre-recorded and stuff like that.
Because he's talking to people live on the phone here and stuff, and he's like intermingling with the chat. I don't know. I don't know what it is, dude. It's weird. But the thing is, and even the way it like continues, it continues with like, it just continues real like weird to me. I don't know. It's so fluid on how it continues. It's like he doesn't miss a beat. It's just
It's that some people are afraid of it. Most people are afraid of it.
It's just weird.
And it cucks the reality. Right when the Berenstein bits change to the Berenstain, or they've gone from one paradigm to the next, which I talk about a lot, right?
Like that thing went, or it went from like maybe he edited something out. Maybe maybe someone came in and just edited it out. I don't even know. But I'm questioning when I called in for him with him. I have the show somewhere too. I could fucking play it. When I called in for him, he definitely didn't understand my I could tell, dude. I told him, I said, dude, I know someone's brother who passed away in 9/11. Like, and he was like, yeah, well, it was this like, but it was weird. It was like, dude, it was almost like, I don't know how to explain it, dude, except you're not supposed to be calling in here. Dude, this is how it, but his lines are open. But I almost felt like there was something I got from it. I can't explain what it is, bro. This could have been me being a little overly, like, overthinking it. But he definitely felt, he gave me the vibes of like, I don't know, dude. He gave me the vibes of this guy is fucking like this guy. I don't know how to explain it, dude. It just gave me the vibes of like, wow, this guy's fucking saying he knows someone like that. But he tried to like downplay it and all. And dude, I like this guy I know is it's my cousin's husband. His brother passed away in 9/11. Like, now, bro, he claims that all these people took buyouts and all this other. Now, am I saying that's not possible? I mean, personally, I don't really think so. I don't think so. That family went through a lot of stuff with that. A lot of heartbreak. And when he says that type of stuff, dude, I don't know, bro. Like, do I believe 9/11 had a lot of like governmental impact? Obviously, we all do, right? Like, I believe that they those planes hit and then they did a detonation, right? I think you agree with that, right? So you think that maybe that the planes didn't hit and they just blew it up? Yeah, well, he doesn't believe there's people. So, like, it's so weird. And I got to sit there and be like, bro, well, like, how do you present something like that to, like, you can never present. I don't know. He just seemed real weird when I contacted him about it. He seemed off. And I told him, I said, bro, I watched those towers. And I did. I watched those towers burn. I was right in the city across the street from it when it happened, across from the Hudson. Like, you could smell it. So everything, like, you could smell the fire, all that stuff. Now, I'm not saying exactly how it went, but it's so weird. It's just, he gave me a weird thing. Back to Jake the asshole. Jake the asshole. Uh-huh. Oh, Brian Staveley. I think I think I'm not sure if he's a shield dude but I do think I think there's people that, like I said, like Terrence Howards, and even on lower levels, I believe there's people who are there to get us like give us stuff that we already probably know on some level, right? That's probably like on a subconscious level. I think this is, so check this out. This thought just came to my mind, so it's an original, fresh thought. On a subconscious level, there's probably a lot of things we know, and there's probably entities out there and energies out there that know we know this stuff on a subconscious level. It's only a matter of time until it rises to the conscious level, okay? I believe some of these entities might have access to this information, and they know that it's rising to the conscious level. So what these people do is they come out and they start talking about a lot of these things and act as if they're on our side. But the thing is, they just know in advance that it's coming to the it's like a treasure that's at the bottom of the sea, and they know eventually it's coming up. They know it's coming up. You're gonna act like, hey, I told you this a long time ago, and then it's gonna be the people who have hijacked the system who are gonna side with these people and back these people up, and then these people are gonna be the new people that are looked at as truthers and people to follow and all that stuff, you know. So, but then I think there's things where they get hit with something like, well, like when I said that to him, I think it was almost like, how do I respond to this? Like, you know, and he's like, oh, send me the name. And I was like, I didn't want to send him the name. It's a private information. Like, I'm not putting someone's family out there. But there is a thing there where I just don't understand. I don't understand completely. Like, I don't trust nobody really at the end of the day. Even people in my own family, dude. Like, I have levels of trust. And if you fall on the upper 50%, I'll talk to you. And if you fall below the 50%, I might still talk to you. I just won't talk to you in the same context. This guy, like, I don't know, he seems legit with what he's talking about. With the Mandela effect stuff, it's like he's pushing it so hard that I almost feel like it's something that he knows. And maybe he's not a shill. Maybe he's just lucky. But I do believe there's certain people like Terrence Howard, however they know. Maybe they just know because they've done their research. Maybe they know because they just understand that there's on a certain level, on a subconscious level, however it is that this is coming up. Like, imagine if these people knew, like, they could act, and you talk about like different planes and stuff. What if they could access the plane of a plane of awareness where they know that there's certain things that are coming out, right? And now what they're gonna do is they're gonna have these actors try to go into damage control, and they're gonna pretty much sit there and go, okay, we need these guys to come out this way. These guys could be the new leaders of the new world. You know what I mean? You know, Terrence Howard is the new Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know what I mean? These are the guys we follow now, but they're shillbags the whole time. It's just that they have access to something that we don't. You know, or if there's some type of, like, who knows, bro? Maybe they see something. Like, you know, you got MK Ultra. Maybe stuff is coming out, and they know that. So they're working off of that. And that's what I feel like. They know that something, they know there's a shift. They know there's a shift in awareness. They know certain things are coming out. Stavely, I'm 50-50 with, dude. I like what he talks about. The thing with Jake the Asshole I don't like is that Jake the Asshole, this is something that Jake the Asshole bothered me with. Hey, Jake the Asshole, if you say there's certain things that you do find to be a little weird with the Mandela effect, there's certain things that you proved wrong, but there's certain things that you found weird. I hate to break it to you, buddy, but if you believe a little bit in the Mandela effect and you find things weird, that's more important than anything you talk about. You know what I mean? And that's the truth. If you find that the Bible changes, like for example, if Jake the Asshole watched the Shazam movie, right, and he remembers watching it, and he knows that Sinbad was in a Shazam movie, he knows that doesn't exist no more, and he's more concerned about, you know, the Trump shooting being rigged. I got news for you, bro. You got your priorities fucking fucked up. Because one is telling you that your reality is completely changing, and the other one is just something that's local happening now. You know what I mean? What one would you put at the forefront? You heard? Yeah. What I'm saying? Yeah. No, I'm asking you. What would you put at the forefront? I mean, if you would you, what do you think is more important? It's now, now you'll talk about it, right? But in the grand scheme of things, you're not gonna. And this is where Jake the Asshole is like a little wrong. This is where his ego is getting the best of him. Now, I'm not saying, and he's like, oh, I've debunked some Mandela effects. Listen, bro, I don't know a lot about the Bible, but a lot of people that do know a lot about the Bible will swear up and down that it's the lion laying with the lamb. And they'll swear up and down that it's where two or more may gather in my name, not two or three. And there's other verses, and mirror, mirror on a wall. There are, C3PO with the silver leg. There's things that you could say like what you want. You could say it's a psyop. Landmasses changing isn't a psyop, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you can't psyop that. I don't know how you could psyop fucking Fruit of the Loom. Like, some people can say, oh, they could change their logo. I understand that. But there's fucking Fruit of the Loom had tons and tons and tons of fucking of underwears and shirts. Someone has to have a fucking shirt with a Fruit of the Loom tag on it that's accurate. Like, this is the thing when you're looking at it, bro. Like, this is what brings me back to believing the Mandela effect. I know that the Fruit of the Loom had a fucking cornucopia in it, dude. Find me, go back to the night. There's people out there that have to have this fucking thing. These socks, underwear, not really socks or whatever, like that, but underwears, shirts, sweaters. Find them and show me that where there's a cornucopia. Dude, honestly, dude, if they just said, hey, we changed the emblem, I feel like that'd be an easy. I might be able to be like, all right, I don't know what the fuck happened to all the cornucopias, but at least they admit they changed the emblem. They're saying they didn't change the emblem, dude. It was never had a cornucopia. So where the fuck are these cornucopias? And now I have to go in my mind, and Jake the Ass will go, and people are misremembering. And I'm going in my mind and going, okay, so I'm misremembering a cornucopia in the Fruit of the Loom. Huh. Why the fuck would I misremember? It's such a stupid dude. I'm telling you, if I misremember a cornucopia in the Fruit of the Loom, dude, I really... Damn, bro, I must have done a lot of drinking, dude. Too much. Too much, bro. Do you remember it? What do you remember? Because you're a little younger, so I don't know if you. But your mom. What about your mom and dad? Even if you, but you know what's crazy? Even this is the problem. Even if you did have it, dude, and you went back and looked at it, that cornucopia would not be there no more. That's the, and this is what people don't. I've heard people call into his show, and I've had this happen in my own life. I have my sister-in-law who's pretty smart, and I was explaining the Mandela effect to her. I said, listen, Andrea, I said, I'm going to explain the Mandela effect to you. And this, listen to me. I said, imagine if you baked a cake and one of the ingredients in your cake was Oreo cookies. You crunched them up, you put them in your recipe. That was your thing. Now, all of a sudden, years later, right? Someone gets your recipe and they've been making your cake for years. It's popular. And they always used Oreo cookies. And then all of a sudden they go to look at the recipe. They haven't made the cake in a while and it says chocolate chip cookies. And they say, no fucking way. I didn't use chocolate chip cookies. Right? I said, but all of a sudden your recipe always has been chocolate chip cookies. She goes, yeah, they just updated it. They just changed it recently. I said, no, you're not getting it. No one changed anything. Like, it has nothing to do with you. You never changed the recipe. But for some reason, however it works, I used a timeline thing with her. On another timeline, you decided to use chocolate chips instead of Oreos. And the way it happened was somehow that timeline merged, and those chocolate chips took precedent over the Oreos. However it works, and she still sort of didn't get it because the conversation is totally different. Yeah. This yeah, they say like there's yeah, like an infinite number of possibilities. They say that the future, past, and present are all existing right now. So they're all going on right now. Everything's pretty much just like going on right now as we speak. Like there's a version of us in the past, there's a version of us in the future. However that works, quantum entanglement, right? Is that what they call it? Like the way like everything's entangled into one, and it's pretty much, I don't want to butcher everything, but it's just all, it's like you said, it's all about the quantum fields and about everything happening at once and everything pretty much merging, and this possibility changes this, and this action changes that. Um, do I believe there's multiple realities? Dude, maybe, maybe not. Like, but here's the thing: my soul and the awareness that that is encompassing, the piece of awareness that God is as that that God has allowed me to you know um use is something like, I don't know if I don't know if the other person acted out as me in a different place is the same person as me. You know what I mean? If that's the same awareness as I am, we're all the same, like maybe similar awareness or the same. We're connected at the end of the day, but how does it? We're different in a way, I don't know exactly how different we are. If we all come back and we're the same, exactly the same. Maybe there's some parts of awareness that are a little, a little bit more like this or a little more like that. I don't know, but it is all something to think about because, dude, the Mandela effect is nuts, dude. It's a fucking crazy thing. If the Mandela effect is real, our reality is like a Harry Potter movie. Think about that. Yeah. So, he said he said it wasn't or it was. Yeah, I've done that to people. Well, how could you change? How could you? Here's the thing, dude. If they just told me that the cornucopia went missing from New Age, fucking, if they just denied it, and there wasn't like fucking like if I could find like a bunch of old shirts or underwears, and it has to be there, dude. There has to be. There's fucking things old. There has to be so much residue, but it's not. It's just not there, dude. Where are all the cornucopias? I think I seen one sweater or something else online that someone posted of a cornucopia on a sweater, and who knows it? Like, dude, where this doesn't, dude, the land masses, bro. Like, you seen where South America is, dude, now, right? So South America is like, dude, it's so far east, dude, of where I remember being growing up. It's just like in South America, dude, it's directly under us, a little bit to the east, right? Dude, it's so far east. So far fucking east. If you look up a map, you'll see it. And you could look up ancient maps, like old maps, 50 years old. It'll show you the same thing. Something with Italy, Australia, which is called the land down under because it was the lowest. It was the lowest, fucking pretty much. It was the lowest landmass down there besides the South Pole. And now it's New Zealand, I believe. Right? Were you brought up learning that? Yeah, look, I'll put my stream on too. Look here, share screen. Watch this. Here. Yeah, so check this out. This is what I learned from like watching these guys and just trying to look into it myself and then trying to think. So let me see. No, they're just saying. No, they're saying it's always been like this. So check this out. If you look at my stream, I think it's up, right? All right. So check this out. Hold on. All right. So they're saying that images. So what they're pretty much saying is like New Zealand now is the lowest down here, right? Australia, they call it the land down under for a reason, bro. You know what I mean? It was the lowest. It was the lowest fucking pretty much human inhabited fucking piece of land. Besides Antarctica down here, which there ain't no humans on it unless they're doing some research. So now it's New Zealand, and there's people that lived it. Like I've seen people on this guy's daily show who said, "Dude, this New Zealand was up here." When you look at let's see. So when you look at, let's get one good one. I want to get this the world map. So you get to the world map, right? So look, dude, look where South America is, dude, over here. What the fuck is that, dude? That is not where South America was when I went to school. And if it was, dude, I really didn't pay attention. I would say it started. I would say this border started about right here. I would say it was somewhere like in the middle of the United States. That's where it started, and then went over. Dude, it's almost not even under us anymore, bro. Dude, and look, New Zealand over here, Australia. There's something with Italy, I believe. I think Italy is another one that they said has changed like drastically. Bro, there's just like, dude, Australia's called the land down under because it's the fucking lowest fucking land, bro. Like, come on. Like now New Zealand is. There's just things that are happening, bro, that don't. Oh, Cuba too. Cuba's another one. So, dude, Cuba. I remember, and it's a lot of people say, Cuba was a little island off the coast of Florida, right? This is fucking Cuba now, bro. Look at the size of it. But here's a problem I have with this. I have to go back into my childhood or the last time or like I never thought something like this was going to happen to where I thought like I'd have to be paying attention to exactly the centimeters at which a map, it looks like, what I mean? Every degree of a continent. I never thought I would have to do that. But now I'm looking at this. I remember Cuba being a little island. I remember this being way further under. I know this was a land down under. I don't ever remember seeing this, dude. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I don't ever remember looking at New Zealand. This just looks weird. The people I've heard talk on it, I believe them. New Zealand used to be here, but here's my question. Ready? There's 8 billion people in this world, right? Why is it that 2 fucking guys from America are talking about this? And I would bet you that there's less than 100 people in the entire world talking about it. Know what it makes me believe, dude? It makes me believe that we're characters, and there's not as many people who we're characters that somehow, some way, we're in this consciousness. Our consciousness is experiencing this, and I don't know what these other characters. I don't know, dude. I don't know if they're just not as awake or aware, or if they're just not or if they're just not. I don't like using the word NPC, bro. I don't like that because that's the same reason why I'll never say that. I won't say people like if a tragic event happens, I'll never say that it didn't happen or it did happen. I'll just try to say I don't know, because I know there's a lot of trickery. But dude, how is it that this isn't? No one cares about this, dude. Like, this is so important. There's 8 billion people. It should be at least, I would think, 50, 60 million people being highly concerned about it on the low end. You know what I mean? On the low end, I would think even 100 million people would make more sense. But that's not happening, dude. Like, no one's caring. Like, what is South America going to be? Dude, if you look at, I ain't gonna lie, dude. Look at this map right here, bro. You ever heard how they said the landmass is shifted away from? This definitely looks like at one point it could have connected, right? These two? That's crazy. It actually looks like this all could at one point been connected, dude. That's insane. Huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's you know, there's so much into it, dude. Like, bro, let me tell you something. Okay, I made a statement I made a statement. So this guy, Brian Stavely, let's just go that he's correct. He told me, I watched a show where he's talking about that cornucopia today, right? And he was saying, listen, I've been telling people about this cornucopia and this Fruit of the Loom thing. He goes, listen, and look, I guess he believes in synchronicities. I know in synchronicities. I've had it happen, to me so many times, too many to count, over 100, I would speculate, and probably in my life, way more than that I just didn't pick up on. He said that, so he's from Lowell, Massachusetts, right? He said, listen, he goes, my father was a policeman, he said. He goes, he had a patch for the Lowell, Massachusetts department. He goes, I only knew what a cornucopia was because of Fruit of the Loom. And that's the same with me. I knew about it from Fruit of the Loom, and I remember maybe one or two Thanksgivings that they talked about it with the Pilgrims, right? So he said the same thing as I did. Like I learned about a cornucopia from that. And that's why I said, I don't misremember a cornucopia, dude. And then he said, he goes, my father's police patch in Lowell, Massachusetts. He goes, all of a sudden, he goes, I was doing some research. He goes, I Googled Lowell and I came across a police patch, right? And watch this. Patch. I don't know if it's did. This is what the police patch is. Look at it. So I get a clearer image. Where's a clearer image of this shit? This might be the one we might just deal with this one. Anyhow, it's a cornucopia with fruit. You see it? So he grew up in here at 1111, great number, angel number. Divine, look down on us and guide us. Thank you, I love you. And all the higher powers that are helping us. Check this out, good higher powers. So he's saying this, and he asked his mom. He was like, "Dude, how?" He goes, "I've never seen a cornucopia, dude." He goes, all of a sudden, he goes, "This is weird." He goes, "This is in where I grew up." He goes, "This is where I grew up." He goes, "This shit was never in it." He goes, "How is this there now?" He goes, "I grew up looking at this patch nonstop. How is it there? It's almost like it's direct." And this is what I'm trying to say. Why is it happening to him? I get a lot of synchronicities. And bro, I'm not sitting here going I'm special or anything like that. I just know I get synchronicities. I see it, and I gotta try to decipher sometimes what they mean, and sometimes it could be positives and negatives, and maybe even in the negatives there's stuff I'm learning. I don't know. But he talks about this, and he goes, dude, he goes, the day that I seen this, I talked to two people. He goes, the next morning, he goes, I had a bunch of people over I do podcasts with. He goes, I did not talk to any of them about this sign. He goes, I did not talk to them about it. He goes, the next day they were messing with me, and they gave me a housewarming gift, and they gave him a cornucopia with fruit in it. He goes, how the fuck does that happen? And he goes, listen, I don't have all the answers. He goes, but this is what is occurring here. Now, how do you explain it? This is a good image right here. You can see it very good. This is the image he showed. Now, how does that happen, dude? I don't have an explanation for it, but if he's being honest, and there's other people being honest, and they're saying there's a river there that used to be there that don't exist no more now. What the fuck's going on, bro? And why are more people talking about it? This is where my question is: why are more people not talking about this? Like I went to a high school. It was a Cardinal. Was the mascot, right? If all of a sudden I turn around and someone was like, no, it was a falcon. I'm like, I'd be like, a falcon? What are you out of your mind, dude? Like, it's a cardinal. No, it's a falcon. No, it's a cardinal. Okay, then what? I have to be looked at like a psychopath? Now, look, if this guy is being true and real, and there are a lot of people that believe in this Mandela effect, and I'm one of them. I do see weird things. How do you explain that, dude? How do you explain the Bible verses? How do you explain it? You can go to Reddit and you'll see people talking about this stuff. Especially with the Bible verses. I don't really understand how that works. You know, the Shazam movie with Sinbad, like, I don't understand how that works. I never seen the one with Shaq, so I'm not getting them confused. What's going on, dude? You know what I mean? Like the Fruit of the Loom shit. Like, that's so crazy to me because it's so crazy. I got another funny thing that I can show you. But this right here is the Fruit of the Loom emblem I remember. Something very similar to that. That's what it was. There's no fucking, like, I don't remember this. This is the new one. I honestly thought, dude, when I seen this, I remember thinking they just updated the image or they did like a throwback, you know? I would never in a million years, like, if you would have told me when I seen this image for the first time, first off, I seen it and never thought about it. It never even passed my mind. And that movie, let me tell you something, that movie, Fly Me to the Moon, right? They're showing an the ladies brought in for advertising. What do you think one of the things she uses as advertisement? Fruit of the Loom underwear with the old symbol. Why would they use Fruit of the Loom underwear? This symbol right here without the cornucopia. This is the old one. That's what they used. Why do you think this is what she used? This one right here. Why would they throw this in that movie? Why would they do the Skechers commercial on the Super Bowl? Did you see the Skechers commercial on the Super Bowl? Look, watch this stupid shit, dude. Skechers Super Bowl. Wait. Watch this shit. Now look, remember, in order to get a fucking commercial in the Super Bowl, bro.
And welcome back.
It costs good money, right?
Miller just lobbed a message way over Jones's head using.
And there's the favorite Silver Prince.
And we have a late entry named Mr. Quigley.
Is he wearing running shoes?
It is legal, I believe. And they're off. It's Queen's Hurricane out front. Silver Prince on his heels. But wait, Mr. Quigley is coming around the outside. Look at that little guy go. It's gonna be Quigley. What?
Let's do it.
He's walking across the finish line.
The new Midfoot Strike Skechers Go Run. Go like never before.
What do you mean you want a new contract?
Oh, not this one, dude. I'm looking for the one where they make fun of it with Mr. T. Skechers Super Bowl commercial. Mr. T. There you go. I think it's Mr. T. There you go.
Did you know there's no T in Skechers? Never
Look, Super Bowl commercial.
Talking about Romo? T is always in Skechers. T and these Skechers slip-ins. T and these Skechers slip-ins.
Because it's Mr. T.
You have to touch his shoes to put them on. T and these Skechers slip-ins. I pity the fool who bends down to put on their shoes. I pity the fool who isn't in Skechers slip-ins. See, Romo? T is always in Skechers.
I'm just saying people often misspell Skechers and put a T in it.
Quit saying. It's not slipping, fool.
Dude, who would take out a fucking commercial, though, of a Mandela effect that people are debating about, saying there's always been a T? Think about that. You know what I mean? Look at this. Look at this thing right here. Look at this video I popped on. Only a few can feel what's going on. To be honest, look at these comments. To be honest, all those who still don't get it really are getting on my nerves. These are the type of videos that'll pop up for me right at the perfect time. A video like this. Only a few can feel what's going on. Dude, cognitive dissonance. Most prefer not to see the ever-increasing levels of evil spreading. Dude, this is it. This is the stuff I'm talking about. Dude, it's weird. It's like people are not getting it. This guy's is a beast right here, Jordan Maxwell. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, but it's little things that they're doing. And dude, you'll ask some people say, no, it never had a T. I remember there being a T. And you know what's fucked up now is that when I look at it, I question, was there ever a T in it? Or am I just losing my mind? Now, let me tell you another thing. I'm going to give you two examples of two funny things. And let me know when you got to go, bro. I'm friggin', so I want to keep you up all night. Friggin', so The I got two fun. I think I told you this before. So I was at the table with my uncle about a year ago, and something popped up in my mind. And what it was I think I was eating wings, chicken wings, and I said in my mind, I said, why is it that why is it that so many wings are consumed? I don't think there's enough chickens in the world. This is what I said, right? And he goes, what do you mean? I said, I don't think there's enough chickens in the world. I said, dude, for every adult who eats chicken wings, and there's a lot, right? I know people who fucking house 30 wings, dude. You know what I mean? 30 chicken wings equals fucking 15 chickens, right? So I did the math, bro. I did the math, and we fall off by billions in the amount of chickens that it would take. Billions, dude. I think it's something like dude, the number was insane, right? I want to say they said that the average in the world, there's 36 billion or 40 billion chicken wings consumed, and they said there's something like fucking like only something a certain amount of billion chicken. I can do the Google search. Anyway, it changes. I don't even want to do it. It changes. So when I did it the day that I Googled it, I showed my uncle, right? My uncle said to me, holy shit, that's insane. I said, yeah, know what that means? I said, our foods are all cloned. That's what it means. Our foods are cloned. This is what it means. And I'm going to tell you why I got to that. Because of a guy that a famous, a black dude who's a human rights activist. Pretty cool. His name is Gregory Dickinson. Really cool guy. He was talking about cloned food, and I was like, yeah. And I just did the chicken research, and I was like, I was sitting there, and then my uncle was like, yeah, that's insane, bro. That means they're definitely cloned. Yeah, because where are you getting the wings from? Where are you getting the wings from? There's too many. We're eating like fucking 10 to 15 billion more wings. You know what I mean? And I'm not, and I did the calculations for each chicken even too. We were still billions over. So that, and then years later, about 7-8 months later, I Googled it again. And bro, the number, everything changed, bro. The numbers changed. It was like, dude, it was like they updated it. It was weird. It was like they knew. It was like, I was like, well, how the fuck how did this happen? So that happened, right? I used to Google things about, like, when I first started looking into flat Earth and firmaments, that I used to say to myself, hey, let me see, I want to find some good flat Earth stuff. So I used to do a little digging on Google, right? So one day, a couple months ago, I Googled firmament, flat Earth firmament, right? Dude, a picture, first day it popped up, a picture of the firmament on a flat Earth. I told my uncle, I said, yo, this is insane. Dude, the first day it popped up, why the hell is this? He was like, really? I was like, yo, dude, that's insane. I said, I used to have to actually dig for this stuff. Yes, let me see if it happens on my PC, because on my computers, it might be different. I Googled firmament flat Earth, bro, and I got tons of images. Watch this. Flat Earth firmament. I think I might put Bible firmament. Bible firmament. And dude, I got all flat Earth shit, dude. All this. This was never there before, bro. None of this was there like this. It was like the firmament, all these different things. Lights, let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. Dude, this stuff was not here, bro. Waters above, none of this was there. Look at these things. You've done research, bro. Did you see a lot of this stuff like in the past years? Yeah, I never seen. Look, I seen it recently. When I first started looking into this stuff, I couldn't find a lot of stuff like this. I couldn't. I could only find. I found the first one I ever seen was this one. This is the one right here. This popped something like this, very similar to this. It might be. Yeah, it's this one I found something similar to this. But dude, I didn't see all these, bro, because I would have been fucking screenshotting. I would have been saving the images. I never seen them. Now, I don't know if in my reality, like, let's just go off the fact that maybe your reality was manifesting these things. I don't know, bro. Let's be real. We don't know how this works, right? Maybe in your reality, you were really you really believed in it a lot more, maybe before I did, and a lot more devoted to it. And maybe now, because I fully believe in it, like hardcore, dude. Like, no doubt that I don't, like I said, it's not, I don't believe it's round. It's way more likely to be flat. But this theory to me makes way more sense. And because of it, all of a sudden my algorithms fucking changing to like this. They don't know. I'm barely on this PC except it's on Discord. So how does this work, dude? Like, how is all of a sudden, like, now I'm getting all these things. And dude, it's just so much more like, it's just different, dude. Like you wouldn't get, let me see if I put in flat earth if anything weird happens. That's a great symbol. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how it, dude. I don't know how it works. All I know is that when I first found out about the firmament, and I was looking at it, was like a little bit like, I just remember being like, there's not crazy amount of stuff on this. I have to like sort of look, and I kept getting stupid stuff like with the flat Earth, I would get shit like, a dinosaur tilting it, stuff like that. I'll get like some pictures like this up here, which is this is a cool picture. You can fuck with some people with this. But I wasn't getting things that, this is a stupid ass picture right here, bro. Look at that. You know what I mean? Although in the reality we live in, right? I mean, if it was the Truman Show, bro, I guess that's how it would be, right? But I choose not to believe that. I don't believe that shit. I showed you the moon, right? You ever seen a moon Earth image? How stupid that one is? Moon in front of Earth. This stupid ass image. This shit. This is real. This is NASA right here. This is the stupidest motherfucking image I've ever seen, dude. And then with that, let's go back to, we'll do with that. Then let's go to the YouTube. Watch this. Ready? Watch this. Bro, I love going to these. These are great. Look at this. You ever see these? Look, they always have to have a huge thing in the way, right? This is what they want us to believe the Earth is, bro. Think about this. There's people watching this going, this is awesome. Dude, and this is all over YouTube. Look, right there. Let's get another one. Look, this one, I guess they're out in space now. Let's go backwards. What's the same one? Oh, all of a sudden, it was... These ones are all off the channel. Let's see what they got. NASA TV. Live from NASA. These ones. Look at this stupid shit. This is. I love the quality, and I love the Look, I love this, dude. I love this, dude. I know they always say this, and then you go into Flat Earth Discord and they'll say something along the lines of, well, the reason you can't see the stars is because of what's the word they use? Exposure, right? Dude, if I could see bright ass stars, bro, from from fucking the ground level, you're gonna tell me I'm up there in outer space, dude, and these things aren't like way more visible? Dude, look at this thing. Evan, look at this thing that they're showing us. And look how fast that motherfucker's moving. Dude, let me tell you something. At that rate, if you look how fast the satellite, at that rate, look, but this one's, look at this picture. It's the same satellite. It's moving super slow. All of a sudden, it's super slow. It's the International Space Station, so it's the same. So it's the same thing. Why does the other one look so fast? This one looks so slow. Dude, this is such a hoax, bro, and it's such nonsense. I don't understand how people could watch it. Dude, you notice how this stuff's all look blanked out? It's blurry. Let's see. Like they don't want any of that scene. They don't want any of this. Dude, did you ever see the one where the mouse is crawling on the dude, someone so a guy who doesn't believe in anything that I believe in, right? He sent me a thing where a mouse was crawling on a rocket ship. And I texted his buddy. I didn't text him directly. I said, that's funny, LOL. And I texted his buddy and I said to him, bro, does he understand that he just proved me right? Does he understand that? And he's a smart guy. He understands that a mouse can't survive in space like that. But yet he sends me this. Like, what does he think that is? I wonder if it pops up. Mouse in space. Facehugger rat on Falcon 9 during SpaceX launch at BBC live stream. Look at this. Watch this. I don't know if I've seen this one. 57. Where's the mouse? Right here. Look at it. Is that it? No, that ain't it. You're going to see it come out. Right here. You're going to see it move around. You see it? Or it's right there. It's crawling around. This ain't the one I seen. Hold on. Oh, no, he's crawling up. He's right there. But there's a clearer one. You see him crawl out of something and go in. You can see him run around. So then I did some of my own research, right? Watch this. That's a little blurry. I seen a clearer one, I believe I did. Maybe not. Maybe I got some cognitive dissonance. I wouldn't use that as evidence if I had to present it. It'd be too blurry. Maybe this is a good one. I seen one where it was a mouse. This might be it. I don't know what the fuck they're supposed to show. Are they trying to say this is the mouse? I don't know what that is. But they're definitely... He sent me this stupid thing trying to be like a rat moving around SpaceX 9. I just want to see one that's clear. It definitely is something that crawled down and crawled back up, right? Look, it crawls down. I'll go back to that. Come on, man. I don't know what's up with that. But anyhow, check this out. That's a weird... I don't know how much I believe that. I do believe it's a mouse, but I would never use it in a court of law to prove a point. I'll tell you that right now. I'll probably be laughed at. Check this out. Did you ever see Starlink satellites? Okay, so Starlink satellites are so I did my research on this. So one night I was in my pool and I went outside and me and my uncle were looking up and I said, "Yo, look at that up in the sky, dude!" It was a whole chain of dude. I thought it was a fucking extraterrestrial spacecraft, dude. That's what it looked like to me. It was probably, if I had to guess, I would say it was a mile up in the air, maybe 2 miles at the most. And it looked like It looked like a spacecraft to me, dude. And then when I looked up the Starlink, later on, I found out Starlink like later on that night, and it passed around over my area directly at that time. So I said, okay, it was a Starlink. That's all well and good. But when me and my uncle looked at it, we thought that it was a what do you call it? We thought it was a flock of seagulls that were flying in order, you know? They do that sometimes. So I said to my uncle, I said, you know what's crazy, dude? I said, how big are these satellites? So we came to the conclusion about how big the satellites are. They're not big. They're like 15 by 30, right? So not big at all. So I said, okay, so how high are they in orbit? Like in the sky? What are they fucking? They can't be high, you know. So I did a Google search. Watch this. How high are Starlink satellites? So, dude, when you look at what they said they were, the approximate for Starlink is 342 miles, bro, in the sky. How is it possible, dude, to see something that is 342 miles in the sky when it's 15 by 30? Make it make sense. Weird, isn't it? How could you do like 15 by 30, dude? And I seen a fucking fleet of them. That right there, dude. My uncle looked at me because my uncle was just getting into this. He looked at me. He goes, "Bro, that's impossible." That he said that was the thing for him. That was like made him realize that everything's super fake. He was like, dude, there's no way. He goes that, and then we researched it. You look at the average size of a Starlink satellite. You know, average Starlink size. You know, if you look at them, dude, like I think that's what they said. I want to think they said the fuck you talking about? I'm not talking about. They didn't give me megabytes. Yeah, they're not average Starlink. Here, I'll just fucking word it good from on. No, I'm not doing all this, dude. They offer all this stuff. How big are they're 500 pounds each. That's nothing, right? I won't even give me a fucking thing. They give me a big problem. Dimensions. The YouTube video is not long, is it?
Attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 10:45 a.m.
How big is the Starlink satellite dimensions are roughly 4 feet by 8 feet.
Look at these ones, 4 feet by 8 feet, bro. 340 miles in the air. I'm able to see this.
260 kilograms. They are equipped with a single solar array and a krypton-powered ion thruster for propulsion.
How does that work, bro?
Are designed to operate in low Earth orbit.
It doesn't work. It's all nonsense because none of them are, because all of them are tied to fucking balloons orbiting in our orbit inside the firmament. That's why every time one of these things go down, they're connected to a fucking balloon. Am I wrong? Well, this is exactly what I'm saying, dude. Like, it's super frustrating because if you do this is simple research, dude, that I do with my senses, bro. I see something, I go and research it, I dig into it, and then it's like, okay, that's stupid. I realize that's a lie. You know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist, dude, to sit here and do basic, research and then understand. You know, like, what's his name? Ghost, like he said, he's not sure if it's flat, but you can't. He didn't say It didn't bother me what he said. He's a good kid, dude. What bothered me is that it does make a huge difference if you believe it is a big deal that they say we're on a ball when we're not. You know that. That's a huge, yeah, that's a huge thing. Because you're a smart guy and you realize that fucking dude, I'm getting manipulated left and right here, dude. He used to be a flat earther, I heard, too. That's the fucked up thing. That's what I'm saying, dude. Because it's half, like the Kabbalion says, half truths, dude. They. Did you ever hear about the lady, dude, on the Y Files? Who So I heard you talking about the Y Files. Did you ever see what she said? I don't even know if I want to expose you to this, dude, because it might make your brain rattle a little bit. But so she was someone that worked for like a big tech company or a tech company, a startup company. She got invited to some mass thing. She ended up like disappearing and then eventually found her dead. Her last call to her parents, and this was on the Y Files, was her making a statement. You want to hear what that statement was? Now, this fucks with me a little bit. It fucks with me a little bit, but I guess there's a reason for everything, and I believe in the divine. So if this is what it is, then I don't know. But let me see how I would word this. It's huh? Here, check this out. Oh, look what number pops up. I know. I look. I don't look, bro. I know I believe in synchronicities. Look at the CEO involved with major tech industry dies at 33. Check this out. Here you go. So watch. So I never seen this video, so I don't know the quality of it. But listen to what happens. Oh, here we go.
Who she is. Left this theory and
there you go.
Hey guys, it's me, Rob Theory, and this is Dark Theory Inc. Today we're going
to
talk about Erin Valenti, and she left this very cryptic message. But first, I want to tell you who she is. She has more than 15 years of cross-functional leadership expertise building and investing in disruptive technology companies. She is the founder and CEO of Tinker, a product development agency and venture studio. At the time, she was managing a global team of about 120 employees across Salt Lake City and Lahore, Pakistan offices. Tinker, the company, is built over 700 products, including mobile apps, applications, tech-enabled marketplaces, and consumer websites. She worked for very big brands, Facebook, Skullcandy, Live Nation, Pearson, Metro PCS, and quite a few startups. She was currently focused on developing software and product development training programs, rapidly scaling revenue, and launching a web content series on innovation and creativity. So this woman really had a lot going for her. I mean, she had a great career. She was one of those Silicon Valley people, and she's very legit. She worked for some very big names and very big companies. So apparently she left this very cryptic message right before she died. And when you hear the message, it's going to really blow your mind. So Erin Valenti, she held a degree in business administration. She graduated summa cum laude from Georgetown University, where she majored in finance and international business. Erin and her husband, they both lived in Salt Lake City, Utah, and they spent a lot of time out there, and she was then invited to go out, I guess, to Silicon Valley for some reason. Apparently, we don't know why yet. Apparently, she had called her mother, Agnes Valenti, about a week after she had already gotten to her destination, and she left a very cryptic message. A very, very strange message indeed. She said, "It's all a game. It's a thought experiment. We're in the Matrix." Very strange message to leave right before she dies, and she did not have any mental disorders. So if you guys have been keeping track of a lot of my videos, or if you see me on Facebook, I said that this was an experiment social media. Why? If you check my last video, I said the platforms could have been used by a higher intelligent form of life to basically observe, research, manipulate the collective mind that is on these platforms. And here we have her saying words, "It's all a game, it's a thought experiment." A thought experiment. And then she said, "I'm going to miss my flight." 5 days later, Erin Valenti was found dead in the back seat of a rental car on a residential street in San Jose. According to the family, there were no clear signs of physical harm. And this mystery is very deep because she's dealing with high-tech industries. But for her to say it's all a game, it's a thought experiment, we're in the Matrix. This woman is not crazy. She's not on drugs. This is so strange. This has to make you wonder, what was it that she saw there or experienced that put her in such of a panic to make a statement like that directly to her mom? And it wasn't that she was, going crazy or erratic behavior or having a mental breakdown. The mother said that she spoke very normal. So normal meaning that not yelling or screaming, but something was definitely wrong here. And this is not uncommon. A lot of scientists lately have been getting killed mysteriously. There's like a count going on how many people that work in the tech industry and also astrophysics and physics and working at CERN have all been murdered, or died mysteriously. It's really strange when we look at this, and I'm looking at it very closely as well. So remember, guys, if you watch my past videos, you'll see I always spoke about this. This is Professor James Sylvester Gates, and he's an astrophysicist, and he also figured out that within the fabric of existence or the universe, there is written within it a code, a specific code, not just any code, an error-correcting code. This is really interesting when you think about that. An error-correcting code, you find some sort of proof. It's embedded in the fabric of existence. Why? An error-correcting code on a computer, on a browser, actually fills in the rest of the data that needs to be filled in. So it's like if we were looking at something and all the data wasn't there, this error-correcting code would go in and fill it in so you'd have a full picture. And you could probably also use it as a way to cover another picture. It has the potential to do that, So just think about that idea. Also what Erin Valenti said as well. I wonder what she stumbled upon. It really, really puzzles me. You guys are going to love this. I went and I looked up and found they actually did an autopsy on Erin Valenti. You're going to love this. They said that her death was in a manner that was natural, and it was called sudden death, kind of like Bruce Lee had sudden death. A lot of the mysterious people that die mysteriously have sudden death. It's one of those things. She died at the age of 33 years old, which is really odd as well. It doesn't make any sense, if you think about it. It just really, this is the stuff that baffles me, is all these people in these tech companies dying of sudden death syndrome. Really weird. So the mystery gets deeper here because they found no evidence of any foul play, the authorities said, and the blood tests were all negative for any kind of drugs or any other substances. That makes this whole thing almost, it seems like BS. And, there's so many of these people in this industry that go down. I keep saying that over and over because you guys need to know that something really sinister is going on. More and more, the evidence points to something other than us humans being the only ones here on the planet, because I kept saying, I always post on Facebook or in my videos, you'll hear me talk about it, that we are or could be living in some kind of a simulation, or if not, the social media platforms were designed for us to be observed, researched, and manipulated. I'll talk to you guys again soon. Look for my next video. Please subscribe, like, and share. Be safe, guys. To animals.
Subscribe to that guy. I like guys like that with fucking new up and comers. But yo, dude, what do you think of that? Yeah, someone knew that she said something, or someone knew that she's seen something that she wasn't supposed to see. But dude, ever since I seen that, dude, it's been in the back of my mind, and I think about it sometimes. Like, I think about it, but I'm gonna tell you, dude, the thing that has gotten me like away from it is that I understand the synchronicities that I've encountered. Now, I'm not going to say that there's not some small, like the synchronicities I've encountered have helped me drastically. So not all of them, but a lot of them. But when I see that, like they're looking at the grays, right? Like the guy had a picture of the grays with the globe, right? It doesn't have to be the grays, dude. For all we know, and I'm not saying this is what's happening. For all we know, we're in a fucking, some of us are in a top flight space agency that you have to jump into this simulated reality as some type of training mechanism, depending on the life you take on. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know what I mean? But that's my imagination coming up with something. But you don't know. But what that lady says, and the fact that she was killed off, it's like, nah, you're going to fuck up the whole thing. You know what I mean? Now, I will say this, dude. I post things on Facebook. Some pretty good stuff. Like, this recently, I'll post, like, not the great stuff, but the stuff that plants seeds. Some good stuff. But stuff just to get people to look at and say, hey, what's up with this guy? But maybe I'm planting a seed. But I notice that either people don't pay attention to it, they bypass it, or they're not seeing it. It's not, for whatever reason, it's not getting put out there. Now I'm curious to what the hell is why that is. And I'm also very highly curious to what's what is exactly going on here, dude. Because like I said, there's something going on and there's a shift going on. And I think when I said the hijack system, I think the thought experiment, the word matrix, the word simulation, look, at the end of the day, dude, we all exist in this, I don't even have a word for it, but in this system, this dual, energy system. It's, I guess what does Lindsay say? There's magnetism and pretty much energy, right? Pretty much, it's just so whatever type of system we're in, and whatever it's running off of, it's something in a form that is like from the beginning of time. I'm going to assume, and it's somehow been. I believe this reality, dude. Look, they say that some people believe that this reality is a mirror of another reality. Like it was copied, right? I believe this reality in general is supposed to be is a good reality with the potential to be a really good reality, and I believe it's being hijacked. Now, if it's being hijacked and now it's coming in and saying, you know what, this is too much, like this can't be going on no more. And now the spiritual warfare is taking place, and the good side is winning, and the shift is happening. So, it could be an experiment, dude. It could be. Like, I'm not saying it is, but I know that there's a lot of things in my life that I look at, and dude, when I watch football, dude, and I watch some of these athletes, and I wonder in my mind, I'm like, what the fuck do these guys? Some of these guys aren't even that good to be playing at this level. And why don't any of these guys, like, they should wait, like, you have Kyrie Irving, you know, like one guy that'll come out and talk about flat Earth. Where are all these other guys at? You know what I mean? Yeah, he gets censored, but then it's like he doesn't even. It's like he's like one guy, like he comes out against it, and then you get astrology involved, and you look at like the way things are. I wonder if there's something that you could look at in someone's birth chart and say, we could put this guy on the world stage. He doesn't have this quality. He's like, you know what I mean? Maybe you can look at something in your birth chart and say, this guy won't talk. You give him materials, he'll stay fucking completely quiet. Imagine that. Like mind control or possession or. Yeah, you'll know when I'm serious. What do you mean by that, though? That means like when you'll know when I'm serious. That almost means to me is you'll know when I'm really talking about it. Almost like he knows he's going to have to eventually. That's what I'm saying, dude. There's a script in play here, dude, and I'm telling you, the things that I've been led to, bro, just tell me that is a power. Like, do I think that girl got killed? I don't know. But what I do think is it could be a super scare tactic to put out there to say, hey, you know what? Let's show this girl get killed off. This way people don't go digging where we don't want to, you know? The stuff that I've been showed, dude, by the divine, I'm going to tell you, it's weird to say this, but I'm going to say it. I deal my battles with these energies. I feel like I got OCD. I deal with that, you know, and I deal with certain things in my life that my emotions get really messed up. But then I feel like there's another side that like is pulling me out of it and always there for me. And I almost feel like they're not like they can. I'll be real with you. I don't know if they could hurt me or not, dude, or hurt any of us. I almost feel like it's against the karmic rules, if that makes sense. Like, look, you can't interfere with this. You could manipulate. You could put stuff in the news. You could do this. You could mess with their emotions, but you cannot mess with their being. You know what I mean? So I wonder how much of that is just like scare tactics, but it's also some truth in there saying, yeah, we are on something, but you know, just, you know, you better keep your name. That's like that's a fear tactic. Now these people, now a lot of people are like, I'm not going to look at that. You know what I mean? It's very interesting stuff though, dude. But it does give me something to think about. And I know someone who said they were abducted, you know. That guy is a pretty interesting guy, but the fact that he has a big globe with 3 grays in horrible graphic quality on it tells me that not that that's his fault, but the globe with the grays on it, especially the globe, it's like You believe in this, dude. You believe that you believe we're flying through outer space. He might. You know what, dude? That's what my buddy's problem is that he can't get behind the fact that he has so much. He believes the moon. Like he's had theories that the moon's a spaceship. You know. So, huh? Yeah, yeah. A spaceship. Yeah, you never heard of that one? The moon's a spaceship. Yeah, that was a pretty common one. He has theories that like the moon's a spaceship, and that it's pretty much that like where people are constantly being abducted. He was big into abductions and aliens and and pretty much us being monitored. Now I will say this, dude, I highly believe we are monitored. That's without a doubt. No, without a doubt, I believe that. Our whole conversation right now is 100% monitored. Every word I've said, every word you've said, and anyone who's in this thing is monitored. Huh? Great movie. I've seen it. He said that. What he said? Did he say that? He said that. The guy, Fire in the Sky. He came out and said he believes they're being monitored. Oh, what up? Yeah, they'll never. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What with the girl with the Mandela effect and what with the girl just now? Yeah, dude, because we're constantly dude, let me tell you something. I might sound like a lunatic when I say this, but I don't care, dude. We are constantly being monitored, dude. Everything that we do, and I'm not talking about by the fucking government that we see. I'm talking about we're being monitored by certain. I'm not going to say all of us, but a lot of us are being monitored because of the way we think and the way our minds work. That's what I believe. Could be because of our souls. Whatever souls we have, who we were in our past lives. If we had past lives, like I believe we did. But there's a dude. I'm telling you, dude. I've had time. I told you when I was talking to you that one day, and I walked out. I was up in the campers, and I was talking to you, dude. And I fucking hopped. I was walking down, and all of a sudden I looked up. I was like, "What is that, dude?" It just looked like a plane so high up. It looked like a plane so high, and it was like wasn't moving. And as soon as I looked at it, I couldn't tell for sure. And my uncle even said, "Yeah, it does look like it stopped a little bit." I was like, "It's weird though." And bro, it's like I've had times where I feel something. It's like something's like, oh shit. I almost feel like it's when I talk about stuff like this, dude. My frequency goes up. This is what I'll say. You know how when you feed you know if you feed here, I'll give you an example. Know if you go to the gym, dude, or anything like that. And, say caffeine. I'll use caffeine. Say you're getting ready to do some running, or you're about to do some like studying or something, whatever. You get some caffeine. It gives you a good jolt, right? When I start talking about this stuff and I start thinking on these levels and my awareness starts to really think and really go outside the box, I feel like my brain is getting hit with a constant shock of like positive neurons. It's not only positive, but it's positive in a way that it's making me vibrate at a higher frequency. You know what I mean? And I feel like something could pick that up, or is there something that's going on where it's monitored? Like, whoa, why is this guy at fucking this many hertz instead of this many hertz? You know, and they probably do. We don't know exactly 100% what we're in. They might know all our thoughts and everything. You know, but I'll tell you one thing: if they are listening, I could did a way better job than some of these people you guys on the world stage. They are fucking horrible. Neil deGrasse Tyson and these guys. Are you kidding me? And some of these streamers, these gaming streamers that they have on the world stage, dude, it's embarrassing. They don't even have character, these guys. You know what, dude? But I'm on the divine side, dude. That's how I am. I'm on God's side, dude. I'm not one of these people, dude. I can't do it. Mhm. What is it? What is it on Discord? Miller Parker. I'm looking right now. Who are these two? You have two Demeters at the bottom. Star Angel. Yeah, dude. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's this is where like this is where you got to almost say to yourself, dude. You got to ask yourself, you just got to ask yourself what the hell's going on, bro. Like you're really you got to dig, and I don't know, bro. I don't know, and I try my best to dude, I try my best to figure it out, but I do know that there's a shift going on. No one's gonna tell me otherwise than that. Nobody. I know it's coming. We're in it, and it's coming. You know what I mean? Sham. Sham is I see it as an angel. If you were of the world would love its own, but because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world. The fuck? Sounds like something a reptilian would say, doesn't it? Doesn't it? If you were of the world would love its own, but because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. That's a fucking fucked up statement, isn't it? One mutual server. This guy only has one server he's in. One mutual server. This is the only server he's in, dude. No, one mutual server. I don't know if he's in any other servers. ARS Superstar. Yeah. That's why I said, dude, it's all about this planting seeds, dude, and this doing the best you can to figure it all out, man. I mean, it put the puzzle together. That's what I'm just trying to do. I'm going with the flow and putting the puzzle together, and I can't let fear or anything get in my way. You know, but there's a monitoring going on, dude. No one's gonna tell me any different. I know there is. I've seen it with my eyes in the skies a couple times in my life, and whatever it is, dude. I don't like. I'm not saying I'm any more special than anyone. I don't think any of us are any more special. I just think some of us are a little more aware. And Hopefully, dude, the shift is here, bro. Let's hope it all gets fixed. I didn't know you were streaming on YouTube. I would have had a couple people join in. I would have sent it to my wife and my daughter and stuff. They would have put it on. And maybe that would have pushed it up in the algorithm. Yeah. So it's pretty much me ranting on YouTube like a lunatic. It's all good. I don't care. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Next time you ever, just let me know ahead of time, and I freaking you can just do like a testing, you know? Yeah, because huh? Yeah, like I said, we gotta get a. Too bad your buddy, your cousin Stokely, that's your cousin, right? Doesn't talk much. Probably because I'm always talking, but get like two more people, dude, that want to talk and dialogue, and I'll stop talking so much, and we could have a mutual back and forth. But that's really what you gotta do, man, because you know I come across a lot of people, like a lot of videos of people say they're like chosen, the chosen few or whatever it is, the 144,000. You ever come across that? You know, I don't know how real that is or how not, how fake it is, but I do think there's something to it in a way, man. You know, dude, the reality that we're in, we don't understand. And most people hearing us talk about this will think that we're there's something wrong with us. But it doesn't matter what they think, dude, at the end of the day, because the patients have ran the asylum for long enough, dude, and the shift is happening. That's it. That's it, dude. And look, I was one of those patients for a long time who was right on board with the globe and this, and I understand now, like what it all is. Like, look, I'm all about law and order and all that stuff, but the law and order in this country, the way it is now, is shot. You know what I mean? You got people getting in trouble for nonsense. You got anyone who's higher up, who has any type of pull, never getting in trouble. You got people that are super unhealthy, being fed medicines that are even more unhealthy. You can't even go out in nature, and now you got to worry about fucking trails being dropped on your head. It's just it is what it is. Bro. Protests like the protests where like at like these main like what happened on like you're talking about like big protests at like these rallies and shit. Um, Yeah, I'm not about big protests like that, dude. Because you know what, dude, shit hits the fan in those protests. You don't know who's a shill, who's not a shill. Shit hits the fan in those protests, and all of a sudden you're the one taking responsibility for someone else's crazy actions. You know what I mean? I'm not about violence. I'm not about violence and shit like that, dude. I'm not out here trying to like fucking. Some of these people are radicals, and you don't know who's gonna lose their mind. And I'm not gonna fucking wear the I'm not gonna wear the fucking. I'm not gonna wear the consequences of someone who loses their mind at one of these protests. You know what I mean? I'm just not gonna do it. Yeah, no, I won't. I won't go to a protest if it was a protest that I knew like a lot of people there, and I knew it was going to be something that was more calm and then no violence, nothing like that. I do that. You know, look, as much as I believe, look, at the end of the day, I'm an American. I still do believe America is one of the best countries in the world. I don't understand how we're down to two guys like Trump and Biden, and a lot of people don't understand that. I think everything's scripted. This is how I feel about it. But I'm not the only one that feels about it. I would say 300 million people feel about it like that. You know what I mean? Now, they can play the game all they want. I'm not stupid. You're not stupid. It is what it is. People want to be stupid, you know, or they want to stay asleep. That's on them. But I don't condone violence. You know what I mean? Do I believe the stuff that I see on the news? No, not at all. But at the end of the day, you can't ever really truly dismiss it because I'm not trying to see anyone get hurt. I'm not trying to see people get killed. You know what I mean? That's just the way I feel about it. That's not how that's not. Dude, even if it's faked, if it's not faked, it's not something I want to be part of, dude. I want to be part of spreading love and being love and just getting rid of the fucking evil people who do not deserve the power that they are given. That's it, you know. And I mean getting rid of them, like eradicating them from the fucking from office, getting them out of the main main picture, getting them off of the world stage. You know, let them go fucking live on an island doing something fucking they want to do. Send them back to Epstein Island or wherever they came from, and let them fucking. You know, let them battle amongst each other. Fucking, you know, a bunch of adults. Fucking give them a bunch of fucking baseball bats and let them fucking go ham on one another if that's what they want to do. You know what I mean? But I'm not promoting like, and I mean Epstein Island without all the crazy stuff that went on there. I'm talking about just drop them off there and let them fend for themselves and let them fucking figure out a way off the island. I'm not about this country. Like, this country was a great country at one point. You want to either bring it back to where it's supposed to be, or you're gonna let these Satanists run it into the ground. That's on you. You know what I mean? No. But as far as this live stream goes, bro, I don't know if I don't think you'll get flagged or not. He started bringing up the Holocaust stuff early on, which I never like to talk about. I don't talk about that even off stream much. Like, it's a touchy subject. But Cosmic did. Yeah. Yeah. But at the end of the day, dude, it's all about spreading love, being love, and getting the world, you know, on track with the divine shift that's going on. That's the truth, you know. Once I start my channel too, dude, it's gonna be like I'm putting my face out there. I'm going right in, and most of my talks will be about spiritualness and raising your vibrations through frequencies and connecting with your higher self, and not giving into the fear, and pretty much promoting like people to be fearless and to pretty much look out for synchronicities and to understand who they are and their superpowers. You know what I mean? That's where I'm basing it. Now, I'm not saying I won't have playlists that will go into other things, like what my conspiracy, like what I believe about the conspiracies and stuff like that. But it be about promoting people who have addictions, people who have, any type of mental health issues, people who need to, overcoming obstacles in life. You know what I mean? That would be that because dude, I don't want to. I don't mind. Dude, maybe I'll have an alternate channel where I'll talk about things like that. But I want to be able to get people to realize that they're more than what they're made to believe. But that'll be it. But it's getting a little late for me. I'm getting ready to want to shower and probably take it down, brother. Yeah. Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow or so. Later. Bye.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm on my phone. Uh, everything. Can you hear me? The only thing I was interested in that whole time, to be honest, out of the whole spiel, what everyone talks about, was the Mandela effect thing. That's the only thing I really thought that was interesting, because I also remember the fruit of, I swear, the fruit of the loom, they used to have the Capricorn. I know for a fact it had the Capricorn. Let me hold on. Let me mute this. I didn't mean to. I know for a fact. Because I remember being in the store. I remember the last time I saw the Capricorn on the stupid ass fruit of the loom shit. It was when we were at, like, I forget what store it was. But I know for a fact because I walked over there and I saw the dumbass fruit of the loom shit. I know for a fact there was a Capricorn on the underwear. I don't know why it disappeared or why it doesn't exist or why it's gone. I wish I could go back in time and go grab a package, but it's crazy how that is. But I mean, I don't know, like how he was talking about it, like the interdimensional timelines, and I don't know why more people don't talk about this. It's because people don't care about that stuff, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. It's cool. It's interesting, and I don't know. It makes you wonder, like, why isn't it here anymore? But I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't really care either, to be honest. But I do wish we knew more about it, but we never will. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I might have went to go get Chick-fil-A. I'm not sure. Who died?
But her message before she died was that we're living in a big thought experiment. It's a game. And then a dying. So, and they said it was due to natural causes, which is a complete lie, dude. It's a complete lie.
Yeah. I've still been looking stuff up on this dumbass Trump. It's just this shit's so stupid. I find it weird that the parents aren't coming out, or like there's not more being said about them. I've not really heard anything from the parents that they even care that their son is dead, to be honest. I've not even seen anything.
Thomas Matthew Crooks, he seems like a Manchurian candidate patsy, which is basically a person who's brainwashed and by the CIA or something like that, and because he had bombs at his house, and you can just tell. Just look at him, bro.
If you go to politics, talk, and debate, I don't know how true this transgender picture is, but it does look like him. But I don't know if that's actually him. But people are saying it is, and then there's other people saying it's not the same person, and then others saying I'm not sure if that's him or not. So I don't know if it is him, but if that is him, that's funny.
Whether Maxwell Urick or Thomas Matthew Crooks, I was watching a video on Telegram, and the reason why the whole thing is confusing is because it's a mind, it's a, I don't want to say it, but it's a mind fuck. It's to mess with your mind. Because think about it, the liberals are gonna say, oh, they're using Maxwell Urick to try and make the left side look bad when it was Thomas Matthew Crooks, and then the Republicans or conservatives are gonna look to Maxwell Urick, or they might look to Thomas Matthew Crooks since he was a Jew or something like that. You got some of them who realize that, and they're gonna be like, oh, this Jew tried to take out Trump. Oh, right. Or they'll look to Maxwell Urick and be like, oh, a radical leftist tried to kill Trump. The whole thing is just a mind fuck.
Yeah.
Like if you look up the Sandy Hooks guy, I think his name is what's his name? Let's look up his name. Adam Lanza. If you look him up and just look at his picture, he just looks like a fucking like just look him up. Adam Lanza. And he looks exactly like that dude, bro. And they all look the same because they are all so easily manipulatable. And he was in the BlackRock. BlackRock owns.
He looks stupid. This kid looks stupid. I would have bullied this kid. I would have bullied this kid.
And then that I sent you that Simpsons thing, and I think
I saw that.
Talking about and the Simpsons, what do? They come out with these events, and then it happens because they know they're in on it. Literally, bro. But yeah,
I wish my
I'm glad you joined.
computer would work. Yeah, I was listening in, and I was just mainly scrolling through Twitter, listening, or I went to go get Chick-fil-A. and then came back. I think I went to get Chick-fil-A around like 9.
But yeah, that's pretty insane, dude. Yeah, but I'm really interested in this stuff. I'm glad you joined, and I'm glad. And another thing I want to say is I'm glad that you're contributing to the server. Not a lot of people are literally like. There's just a lot of people in here. There's about like 40, or no, not even that. There's way more than that. Over 50 people in this server, and they're just like all screen stalkers who don't even contribute. At least you're
I had to I had to ban a retard earlier that if you go look at the ban list, remarkable underscore chipmunk, his name was announcement. And he came in here and he started posting like spam links. It was like, click this for free Steam gift cards. So I was like, okay, well, we're just going to ban him. Because it was yeah, it was a spam bot. Remarkable chipmunk. And then I put the reason scam bot posting scam links. He posted it in general, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? Fucking bot. Or it's just some retard. I don't know if it was a bot or just someone being retarded, but he posted a fucking scam link. And it was like, you'll win $50 or $25 to $500. And I was like, yeah, okay, let's just ban him. Because I know people don't like seeing that in servers, and it might make them leave. I banned him like right when he did it, because I was looking in your server, because this is the only server I've been on, because I've been posting Twitter links, and I looked in general, and that retard posted. Yeah, there are a lot of screen stalkers, though. I realized, like, even in my server, before I kicked everyone, because I don't care, because they're all weird anyway. Dude, like even the people that are in here, like, I can go through the list and tell you who the screen stalkers are. It's actually weird. Like, I know Gavin is a screen stalker. I know he gets on Discord. Noise is a heavy screen stalker. Noise is always on Discord, and he barely talks. I know Mario stalks the Discord. Cross. Andrew Grant's cousin stalks the Discord really hard. A Wayne stalks the Discord. Bobby Puss stalks the Discord. Master of Mass Tavian will stalk the Discord. I know for a fact he does. And they just never say anything. It is weird.
I'm glad you're contributing to my server, at least in some section, politics.
You know, when I come in here, it's just kids. They'll say something real late at night, and they just don't talk. Like,
I know Joe doesn't really care about Trump, right? But I'm just like, just watch what he's doing, you know, because his vice president, dude, his vice president, is a Zionist, pro-Israel Zionist who wants to start war with Iran. He's like, oh, if you hit Iran, you hit them as hard as possible, and he's a pro-Israel Zionist.
yeah.
And what do you know? Just a day after Trump talks, bombs start. I sent the link. Syria, Israel airstrikes Syria. Israel airstrikes Syria.
Who's this lovest thou me? Because he keeps sending his Discord's invite link or something. He's not. I've joined his Discord and then I left. I'm gonna join here. I'm gonna join it again. It's like just Bible and scripture verses, like, and they're just all locked channels, and he just like posts a bunch of shit, like manual of life links. Like, I don't even know what this is. Locked channel. There's 2 people in call. Where do these screen stalkers type at usually? Do you even know? I don't know. I don't know why they don't join. I would think noise would be in here. Oh, I saw that lady. She looks stupid. She's got horse teeth. Look at her. She's got horse teeth. She looks stupid. Uh,
We were in here the other day too. When I told you about that research project me and Joe did, um, the Witness of Christ guy, he came in and like I don't know if he's trolling or what he does, but he comes in and he's like, "So have you guys found Christ yet?" And I'm like, "Bro, if you're gonna be like this, you might as well just leave, dude." Cause like he just comes in and he's just like, "Oh, have you got like as if he's better than us, as if he's the one who found all the truth." And I'm just like, "Bro, okay, look, man, if you're just gonna act like this, just leave, honestly." And he acted like that the whole time, dude. I'm just like, bro. Like, I don't know what your view on that is, if you even care about that, but I'm like, look, man, I had a spiritual awakening. I'm seeking God. I try to be the best version of myself. You know, love everyone, or so, right? And just try to be the best that I can be.
yeah. I don't know. It's hard to grow a Discord server. I don't know how some of these people do it. hard to get people to talk. I mean, if you think about it, the amount of people, like, say, like the politics Discord that just never talk in there, and like, look at Moxley. He's talking in chat, but he won't join a general. Did this kid read? Didn't I send that already? I'm pretty sure I sent some stupid shit like that already. In politics. Maybe I didn't. I saw that. Thought I posted it. I did post that, what Moxley posted, at 10:54 a.m. Not that tweet, but a different one. Grant does argue though. That's the plus about Grant, is he will try and argue back. Like, I don't know, you just need to find, like, not so much people that are argumentative, like people that'll talk about it. Grant's problem is that he just argues when he talks about stuff. Some clown shit. It was something stupid, and he was defending him. There was no point in even reading it. He's just a clown. Dude, Destiny likes to grab up on transgender's nuts. That kid is a clown. I would hope they wouldn't. Yeah. Yeah, I'll watch video. That was funny. The slick floor and then the dog. Trump's what? You know what you could do? You could get into a call with Grant and live stream it and try and have like a debate. I don't. Dude, what am I watching right now? I can't take this serious. What am I watching? This is gonna be Steven. I'll just post it in general. This is gonna be Steven in a couple of years. Can I post it? And then he just starts walking normally. It's so stupid. That's gonna be Steven in a couple of years. Yeah, the highway. Where's my Twitter? I want more Trump shooting stuff, man.
to hit Iran hard, and now they're saying Iran made the plot to assassinate Trump weeks beforehand. So be on the lookout, bro, for that, for more news on that, because it seems like World War III is about to break out.
World War III is already happening with fucking Russia, Ukraine, the Jews.
Right. If America gets involved,
It's already happening.
and if that's why they want all 18 to 26-year-olds to be in the military right now. They want America to get involved, and they want to fight Iran, and then get involved with Russia. Even though Trump says, "Oh, I want to make sure that peace. I want to end the war with Ukraine," and then then once they set up peace, then that's when they can cause war, most likely, if they choose to. And then you got Russia, Iran, and China, and the United States.
My Twitter is not working. It's not giving me new posts. Making me mad.
And so now that's just where we are at right now. It's pretty crazy, dude. What's going on right now?
Yeah. You got these Trumpies. You got these Trumpies putting on fucking the ear bandage. Just like the libtards put on the dumbass surgical mask.
Yeah, they're all a bunch of goofs. They're all a bunch of goofs, dude. And the people who are like, "Oh, I don't know how people can say it's staged if you're saying it's staged, if you're not American and you're a leftist." At like this completely straw manning my point, dude, and not like, are you brain dead? Do you not see what I'm seeing? Like, are you not like can you not question your reality? Like the people making edits, there's edits going around, and they're most likely being made by Gen X boomers who, you know, like, okay, my dad's friend. So my dad's friend, his name is Doug. I don't know if you know him or not, but I was taking a walk today in the morning, and he had a Trump sign out, and then I noticed he has a Vance because he must have just put that on, bro, because it has the tape, and it has a marker on it, or Sharpie. It literally has that on it, so he must just have put that on.
Oh, he wrote it on.
Yeah.
That's funny. Hello. Hello.
Hey, Virtue.
What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
We're just discussing some
I'm laying down, trying to sober up. Saw y'all in here, and I was like, might as well say hi.
You know, we were just talking about how we were also I live streamed this entire thing, so if you want to go back and look at it, you can, or you don't have to, either way. But we had a pretty interesting conversation, though. We were talking about the Mandela effect, and we were also there was this one girl. She ironically died at 33, and but before she died, she said something, and her last words were, "We're in a big game. We're in a thought simulator. We're in the Matrix."
Yeah.
And this person was working at like with the big tech companies and stuff. I forget which ones, but you know, several tech companies and big corporations, and they took her out. Died at 33.
You know, that's why I like you, Lashoa. Lashoa, right? That's how you pronounce it. Lashoa. Sure, I see. I'm definitely not religious like you guys, but I find the topic religion very interesting. Perhaps. Well, what I like about you so far on this server is that you haven't just dove into something blindly. You do a lot of research, and so that's what I respect. Mhm. Yeah, I think we have that in common. I like that. The truth is a never-ending kind of goal, you know. It really is. It's a fun one though. Yeah, no, I was actually planning on creating a server, something similar to this ish, but I decided to search first and see if there's something created ready before I dive my hands into something. I already created a server in the past, and sorry, what was that? I suppose I could. I created a server years ago that I was happy to create, and I also regretted it. Um, it was all based on laneism and lane. If you know what that is. Laneism is a essentially a cult deep in the internet that is founded surrounding the ideology of the cult classic Lane anime from the 90s. That dives into like transhumanism and other very, very interesting topics. And because of that, you know, like me and many others inspired us, right? So, and that's why I ended up creating a server and a long time ago and gained a little bit of a following. So it was fun. It was fun until some bullshit happened and I had to transfer the server over to someone else. And yeah, I'm not deep into it anymore, but it still resonates with me, no doubt.
Channel posting Bill Cooper content, his old radio
Hmm.
And I love that server so much. I was in that server for several months, at least 7 or 8 months, and something happened. The FBI came to his work and questioned him about the server, and so that he deleted it. And so then one of my friends here in this server, he created another server kind of as an offspring to that. And then
I see.
but it kind of died down, and I was already thinking about creating my server and starting up my YouTube channel and stuff like that basically to get like a following going, and so people could interact, talk about what I love to talk about here, philosophy or conspiracies or politics or just anything that interests them.
Spread the love. Shoot for it. It's if you truly want to spread what you love, then people will latch on. No doubt. But on the other side, what was that? Sorry. Damn, brother, you sound 30. You sound 30 years old. You got something in you. Nevertheless, I also kind of got to be careful about what I say because I have a clearance, so I'm always kind of like on edge about certain things.
Absolutely. I'm gonna start streaming these events now.
Yeah, never.
The other events that we did or panel talks, I have them recorded, but I've never streamed them.
I see. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You sound like you're from Florida. Ah, shit. Well, I took a try. It would have been a cool guess. Indiana. I only know about the Indy 500, and that's about it. That's all you guys are famous for. Hello.
I took care of some stuff. I seen you guys were still on. I was just listening in. I heard Stoke, man. After 3 hours of Chick-fil-A.
3 hours of Chick-fil-A. What do you mean by that?
Oh no, I think he was just taking care of some stuff.
Oh, I see. Chick-fil-A's phenomenal.
I like Chick-fil-A.
You know why it's phenomenal?
Why?
Because they put MSG in all their food.
Yeah, dude. They all do, bro.
It's the god spice.
You know what, dude? It's hard to find a place that doesn't have it. It's weird. You go to an expensive place, they're fucking you over, and you're onto a cheap place, they're messing with you.
It's either that or usually Chinese food. Well, they utilize it. A lot of people have. There was probably, if I could take a guess, there was probably some research paper on MSG that freaked out people. And so that's probably why, like, a lot of companies tend to be like, oh, we don't have any MSG. But, like, genuinely, it's just, there's nothing wrong with it as far as I can tell, and it's delicious.
MSG we was big with Chinese food back in the day, right? That's where it first, like, really came up.
That's I assume so, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, no, it's because MSG, one, it's good because it's a lot less sodium than sodium chloride.
And then also monosodium glutamate. Glutamate is it activates the other sense of taste we have, umami. We have like sour or sweet, a bunch of different flavors we can taste in our tongues. Umami is one. So that's why it's so addicting.
Yeah, I do. I fast. I fast like 20 to 24 hours a day. So whatever I eat, I fast 20 to 24 hours a day, and then whatever my one meal will be, it will usually be like 95% of the time I fast. My one meal will be just like delicious, no matter what it is, because of how rarely I eat.
I mean, yeah, if you're fasting that long, you can eat anything for your one meal. Genuinely.
Feels great, dude. I eat a pickle, bro. Fuck it. It feels like dude. It's like a $200 meal for me, bro. The salt.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I couldn't do that. Like for me, fasting is like the beginning of intermittent fasting, like where I'll eat an early dinner and then I won't eat till lunchtime tomorrow morning, so like an 18-hour fast ish.
Yeah, that's a nice one. 16, 18 is nice. 20 is nice, and then if you really want to get hardcore, the longest I did was I did two times 5 days, 120 hours.
Yeah, I've heard they're as crazy and absurd that is. I'm sure people give you like raised eyebrows with that. I've heard there's benefits to that. Doing like a 5 to 7 day fast. It kind of puts your body in a shock that will absolutely lower blood sugar levels. It will utilize. You'll definitely enter ketosis, no doubt, doing that. And
Ketosis usually kicks in after 12 hours, and then I used to be really big into lifting, and not no more. But when I used to always be like 215 to 240 depending, and now I just like run, and I do just mostly running, sit ups and shit like that. And I just started to see, I was like, let me, my body's, let me see where it is naturally, dude. And I just, from running and stuff, I just lost so much weight. But I realized, I was like, you know what, dude, I'm getting older, and it's not healthy for me to be heavier. And
no, I'm in the military, and I'm 6'4" right now, about 240 pounds almost, and that's a little heavy. I'm trying to lose weight right now.
It's good to throw a bean on someone.
I used to be,
That's a good size, 6'4", 240. That's like tight end size, NFL.
Not too bad, but I don't have a lot of muscle. So truth be it, I am a little tubby right now. But right now I have been limiting my calories, and a lot of people need to hear this. Genuinely, to lose weight, the only secret is just eat less. It's not even 90% diet; it's 100% diet. You don't have to exercise.
Lifestyle.
It's eat less calories and eat healthier food. It's just what you put in your body. And so that's what I've been doing. I've been eating very healthy lunches for the most part, and usually sticking, even for my size, I've been eating about 1,500 to 2,000 calories a day, which is difficult for me. That is very difficult for me to do right now. So
yeah, but that's good. But that's great though. As long as you're, you know what, dude? It's just a lifestyle, man. Once you get down to the weight you desire, and then you get a balance, you dude. I started fasting years ago, and I went on and off in the last couple of years. I lost a total of, at my heaviest in like 2020, I got up to 258 pounds. And then now I got down to 165, and I'm like almost 6'1", bro. So skinny. My wife was like, "Yeah, I had some weight." I was like, "Yo, listen, dude."
Yeah, you're very skinny. Wow.
Too skinny, dude. The only thing about it is that I guess my frame carries the way my frame is. I guess it's not too bad, but I'm just, it's not like, I'm not like, I don't look like an Ethiopian. I look just like an athlete, but it's way too skinny, dude. But I got a really like, my shoulders really really bad. So like my days of trying to gain like weight and be like big and muscular, I don't do it. I don't chance fucking, like, fuck, I don't chance any type of like, I just want to be a normal thin dude who's healthy, dude. I don't chance any type of like fucking like messing around with like heavy weights no more. I don't mess around.
Yeah, I mean, there's
crazy.
truth be told, there, you know, even though you can learn it and all that, there's always that slight risk. It's like driving a car, right? You know, you can learn it and you could drive most of your life, but people get in wrecks and they die. It happens.
Yeah, well, I used to always, like, I lifted my whole life, dude. I was always really muscular and could carry. I always carried around for like the last like a lot of years, dude. 230, 240, and just like a powerhouse, dude. I just loved lifting, and you know what? It was great, but I had I got injured at work. I had shoulder surgery, and then pretty much it was downhill from there, dude. My shoulder never like got back to the point where I felt like it was fully stable, and that's really the issue. It always feels like a donut on a car. It just always feels. It always feels like it's loose, and it just sometimes it's tight, and then other times it's loose, dude. And it's like, you know what, dude? I'm never gonna chance. I never want to chance it going out of socket, and then me maybe needing a fucking another surgery down the road. So I do everything that I can to prevent that. So I just, dude, I like running, anything, running, sit-ups, band work, stuff like that. And you know what? Thankfully, where I don't hold too much weight, but I feel way better at 170, 180 pounds than I did at like 220.
Yeah.
I feel better, like, cardio wise, running and stuff. Obviously, I'm weak as shit compared to what I once was, but as I'm getting older, it's more about the internal organs than it is about the muscles,
There's pros and cons to everything in life. But yeah, no,
fasting is great though. Super healthy.
Yeah, no, fasting is a great thing to do, and more people should do it for sure. What was I gonna say? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna mention. As much as I, of course, I joined the server, so I am a believer in magic somewhere in this universe or some system. But another research I also love is the research behind aging. I think the research behind human aging is very interesting. I'm definitely like one of the few advocates that wants to stop aging in humans. I don't know if you ever looked into any of that stuff, but
I believe in it too.
It's I'm happy to hear that, because some people, they get weirded out when I bring up the subject. They're like, it's natural to die, but no, I mean, well, yeah, of course, but that's only because because of the generation we're in, and we've been born to think that, and it's easy to look at other life forms and see that, right? But we're humans, right? We see something, we see a problem, and we fix it. That's just what we've done. And once we start treating aging like a disease, because in a sense it is, all it is just our bodies giving up because it's already completed the reproductive cycle. Once we get rid of that, I think it'll be great, because aging just causes so much misery and suffering that doesn't need to be necessary. I don't think it would create an overpopulation issue like some people theorize, and people would still die. A lot of people, when I say why age, they still think that they're thinking immortal for some reason. A lot of people think that for some reason, but I'm like, no, you could still get in a car accident, for example, right, and still die. But the point is, you wouldn't suffer through the problems of aging. And so,
yeah, well, as we age as a culture, dude, me and Evan were talking about this. The fucking age is dropping. The lifespan of humans. That's intentionally being done.
You think?
So 70. I think it was 78 for a male a couple of years back. Now it's 72 for a male.
Really?
Very interesting. They're trying to raise the age for Social Security up to 70. It's at 65 now.
Yeah.
Dude, they want you to kill yourself and then retire and then pretty much you die. Live a couple of years, a year or two, and then do that shit. I believe humans have the potential, just like a lot of other species do, to pretty much everything. Dude, listen, I'm big into the mind body connection. huge into it. I think a lot of our diseases and a lot of our health issues are mental, and I believe we're taught them. I believe if you raise someone from the rip, and I'm not saying some kids come out of the womb with problems. Like, I'm not gonna say that doesn't happen, but I do believe there's a lot of cures out there that we're not given.
Well, yeah, genetics definitely play a part, but also I agree with you because we know now that what's the effect? Jeez. Placebo effect, of course. The placebo effect we know now is extremely strong. If you're fully convinced that a pill, like a salt pill that you're given to by a doctor, if you're fully convinced that that doctor that salt pill is going to make you feel sick, but when you take it, you're going to start feeling sick. And that's just the power of the placebo effect, right? If you truly think something, your body will do it for you, and it's amazing when you think about it that way. So yeah, the mind body.
That's magic in a sense, right? That's the mind.
It really is.
You know,
it really is.
That's
and
the mind.
I think the placebo and nocebo effects can be utilized in other ways. We just haven't gotten to that point yet.
I've seen a nocebo effect really screw people over, bro.
Yeah.
Really bad. You go to how many stories you hear of people who go to a doctor for a checkup and all of a sudden they tell them they have something wrong with them and all of a sudden now they spend the fucking rest of their lives in agony, you know?
Yeah, no, it happens sometimes.
It happens with cancer patients. Like, people go to the doctor, like, oh yeah, he was perfectly fine. He went to the doctor. He got diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer, and he was dead 2 months later. Like, what the hell? This guy was perfectly healthy. He had nothing wrong with him.
Yeah,
it's because of the power of the mind, man.
What I can say with that is, you realize that, and I'm glad you realize that. So keep your mind in a good state, right? Try to stay happy as long as you can. Try not to stress out, and just the basic stuff like that. Keep your anxiety low and enjoy your life. And I think you will more than likely live a long life. Obviously, there are hard effects that have inputs and outputs. If you smoke cigarettes, yeah, you have a higher chance of lung cancer, stuff like that. But yes,
yeah, genetics. Yeah, if you're gonna abuse yourself, you're gonna look. If you're gonna abuse yourself, you're gonna have issues, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any ailments, like something like chronic things that you would say are like where you're 50-50, whether they're actually physical or mental?
I have, as far as I know, I have sleep apnea. But, I also spoke to someone recently who was, for example, she was not sleep apnea, but she was a heavy snorer, simply told to literally do what she has to, maybe tape her mouth shut, do what she has to do in order to stop snoring. And she said it was all mental. She doesn't snore at all, supposedly, and she sleeps a lot better because she convinced her body to start breathing through her nose more when she sleeps. And so it's just like, man, maybe my sleep apnea is the same way. If I have it, actually, maybe I just need to convince myself to sleep better or something along the same lines.
Yeah, so I had since I've had health anxiety and OCD for a long time, and that with the health anxiety, I get something called somatic symptoms, where a lot of times if I'm stressed out, if I'm stressed out, I'll get like tension, right?
I see.
So I had to read. At one point in my life, I had real bad back pain, dude, and I couldn't figure it out. It was just there, and it was bad, and it stopped me from working out and everything because it was just my back. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Like, I didn't injure my back or nothing like that. It was just bothering me. I stumbled across a guy called Dr. Sarno. He was like a back surgeon. He ended up being a specialist in backs, but then he started realizing that his patients weren't getting better. I found this book. I'm not gonna lie. When I found the book and I read it, dude, it was like, holy shit, this is so fake. Like, there's no way that this is gonna help me. I got this book and I read it, dude, and no exaggeration, my back pain disappeared. I couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. And it was all because he said type T personalities, perfectionists, people who people who don't really show their emotions too much, and then they hold in a lot of rage. I did that. I just bought a book. It was a great book. I just bought another book. It's called The Way Out by a guy named Alan Ramsey, and it's all about I don't get like the where like I don't get back issues anymore. You know what I mean? I already have like for example, it won't work on my shoulder because my shoulder is a structural thing, right? But for things that pop up on me that I can't make sense of, like a back issue, or if I get tension in my neck, if I get like a toothache that won't go away and the dentist tell me there's no cavities, there's all this book is all about it. It's like emotional pain that comes out in the body. It's pretty crazy, dude, but it's just once again something that they keep from us that I would never believe, years ago, but it's factual. It works for a lot of people. And
you might be able to help me. I have a question for you. So here's the example. There's a scenario, and this is true. I was playing games with my friends earlier today. I love playing video games, especially competitive ones. And these are good friends of mine, ones I've known for years. We play online. And one of them mocked me today, just because I just started yapping, I guess. And then it just really upset me, right? And I just said something about it. And because I'd said that, essentially I looked like I was butthurt. And it's easy to get called a pussy all of a sudden and shit. And it just enraged me. And so am I the wrong, right? I keep thinking, do I have good friends truly, or am I truly just acting like a fucking bitch, right? And so that's one of my issues I've been dealing with lately. I'm like, do I truly have anger issues, or do I need to let things go more, or maybe I should just like care less about what people say? I get lost in those scenarios.
How old are you?
I'm 24 only.
24. So I'll tell you this, dude. I'm a big gamer. Not as much now as I was, and I used to play Warzone. I still play it, man. Not as much, but I used to play a lot. And I would rage like that. And one day, one of my buddies, who's a but he owns a dojo in right outside of Hollywood in Calabasas. He owns a dojo, and he's he really good buddy of mine. And one day we all got an argument in a chat, and he sent me a group text message with me and a couple other buddies, and it was about, what do you call me? Attention seeking sensitive person or something like that. And I read this thing, and as I read it, I was like, man, I was ready just to fucking go crazy and rage and be like, you know what, dude, go fuck yourself. You don't know shit. I wanted to curse him out. I wanted to say all these crazy hostile things. But you know what, dude? He was right. He was 100% right. And I realized he was right. But but you have to also realize this. If people are messing with you at a degree dude, you have to be able to discern when someone's just messing with you here and there, and then you're messing around back, or when someone's being disrespectful. Yeah, and if they're being disrespectful, then hey, it's on you.
But the thing, I think that might have been the thing I needed to hear, because these truly are my friends, right? I've known them for years. They give me advice and they help me when I need help, and they truly do have my back. And so, but I guess this just rage that comes with inside me occasionally, just because they're mocking me and just like fucking around with me. And most of the time I wipe it off and I laugh it back and I'll make comebacks. But I guess, depending on my mood, maybe I had a shitty day at work, or I'm even a little bit more hungry. It can really twist me the wrong fucking way sometimes. And,
you lose it?
Yeah, and I lose it easily, and I get embarrassed. And, it's not like I should apologize, because that just doesn't
I've had a lot of, dude, I've had so many of those in my life, dude, and I've been stuck apologizing to so many people. What I got tired of apologizing to people that never apologized to me, though, dude. That's where there started to be a little bit of a thing there where I was like, I'm apologizing too. Now, when I apologize, I expect every once in a while, I expect someone to apologize to me, because, if someone's antagonizing me and I lose my shit, and here's the thing, they probably know that you'll lose your shit. See, what people start realizing with me is I will lose my shit eventually.
I apologized afterwards, 5 minutes later and something. And then in my mind, I guess, I was expecting like, you're okay, dude, right? But instead I got like, I would just be a man, shut the fuck up, right? That's all they said. And I was like, and that just pissed me off even more. I don't know, it just kind of ruined my evening a little bit, but I don't know, maybe I am being too emotional, right? It's just I don't know. Sometimes it's easy to trick yourself. And so
No, that would bother me, dude. I'll be real with you.
yeah.
That would definitely bother. If someone told me to be a man, I would say, be a man and shut the fuck up. If I am a man, I apologize to you, but you know what? Go fuck yourself. That's what I would say. And then I'd say, I still admit my apology. I still mean my apology. But since you're being since you're acting like an asshole, I'm gonna act like an asshole back. So you be a man and take my go fuck you, and now let's play the game and just move on. There you go. You know what I mean? Like, look, dude. At the end of the day, a fine line between being disrespect. Look, man, I let a lot of people walk on me in my life, and I wasn't the person to walk on. And when I would lose it, it would be bad. And they wouldn't. A lot of times, people would want apologies and hold grudges. And nah, dude. Listen, you look. Don't let anyone fucking pick on you.
It really is sad how this world hardens you kind of every year between any type of relationship. You know,
I'm softer now than what I was, though. Now, if someone says that to me, no. So here's the good thing about how I think and how like a guy like Evan thinks. Not many people will even get close enough to get under my skin, because the minute I sense something like that, I'll almost be like, I'll start talking about something that I know they completely have no interest in, or I'll hit them with something they don't like, and they'll just be like, they'll almost avoid the conversation altogether. But nah, dude, like, are these your military buddies?
No, these are other friends.
As your military buddies, I feel like you have to take it a little more because you're working with these guys and shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, so for the most, I think it hurts more because they are closer friends. And I don't know, it might actually be an emotional issue of mine. I really don't know. Because most of the time, I really don't give a fuck, right? It's easy for me to say shit back, right? I really am. But occasionally, like I said, like today, I just, I don't know, I think I was just a little hungry, genuinely. I was just in a pissy mood, and I was already getting annoyed at the game, and then I got these guys just kind of pissing me off. And
well, you gotta ask yourself: Did you react? Did you react like that because because it was something that built up? Like, if it was something that, you gotta be honest with yourself, was it something that they built? Like, did it build up? Like, it didn't, and then eventually
it
came out.
Built up a little bit. I feel like maybe they went a little too far, but at the same time, perhaps they expect me to to be able to take it, and so that's probably why they just didn't care. But they on the other hand, they know me really well. They've known me for years, a long time. So they probably, I don't know.
You know what I started telling people, dude?
Things are awkward, and so they that probably gave them an idea that they should.
You know what I started doing, dude? And it sounds like a little bit like a bitch move, but it started helping me. Once I realized that, and I am very sensitive. But sensitive doesn't mean like I'm not a pussy, dude. Like I'm not gonna let people just pick like this say what they want, and I'm not gonna say nothing back. But I am sensitive. I get very upset easily. I'm an easy person to provoke into an argument. So what I would do is once I came to that recognition of myself, I said, you know what? When I would argue and say something right away, I would say, you guys know I'm sensitive. Like, I'm sensitive. Why do you mess with me if you know I'm sensitive? Like, this is it. I'm sensitive. I'm letting you know. I got a lot. The way I process stuff is different than you guys. I'm sensitive, and every once in a while, I'm prone to an outburst. So if you don't want the outburst, don't mess with me. I care for you guys. You are my buddies. I'll do anything for you. But I'm sensitive. I am. I'm built like that. Sorry, you guys handle things differently. And you know what, dude? You may sound like a little bit like a bitch saying you're sensitive, but the truth of the matter is, at least you're letting them know. Like, look, like they can't say they don't know it. So if they step into it and you get mad, hey, that's on them. That's why I look at it.
Yeah, I like that.
I've had too much of that in my life, dude. Too much arguing with people, and too much times where and you know what? A lot of times I had to hide that sensitive side. I'd be like, nah, it's your fault, and I had to get the blame game going and start figuring out ways that I could blame them. Yeah. And I don't like doing that, dude. I'd rather be like, I'm sensitive. Leave me alone, bro. You know, because when people know, but the only thing is, when people know you're sensitive, dude, I never admitted it. They would antagonize me and instigate me into an argument. Now I just let them know, look, you know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna yell and argue at you and curse at you. So just don't do it. I'm not like that as much anymore. This is like the old me. The new me, my ego is pretty settled down. So I'll more or less laugh and just leave a chat.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a maturity thing too. Like, genuinely, I can have friends that are obviously more mature or more immature. And, naturally, more immature people can get on more mature people's nerves just because, right? And so.
Some of my best friends, dude, are really. One of my best friends is one of the biggest assholes you could ever meet, but he has one of the biggest hearts. And he will antagonize you, and he will put you down, and he will say everything to get you mad. After years of understanding this, I got to a point where I would just tell him, I said, you know what, dude? I said, you have a great heart, but you are one of the biggest assholes. And whatever happened, me and him, he knows now, like, more like, because I told him, I was like, bro, like, you know how I get. But after, what another thing that started happening? They start realizing if you don't let them get to you at all, like if you almost just like laugh at what they say, like, I bet you they'll start realizing, like, this ain't even worth. This guy's acting weird. Yeah. Like, you don't even have you have to remember, it's your choice to get mad too. You go about it that route. It's your choice, no one else's choice.
Yeah, no, it truly is. I don't blame. I can't blame them fully, because in the end.
And you sound like an empathetic dude. The fact that hours later you're thinking about it.
I'm very empathetic.
That's something I would do. I'd be sitting there fucking hours or days later being like, oh man, should I have said that? Should I have did this? Is this person gonna be mad at me? That shit's fine, dude. It's trust me, when you're like that, man, I'm like that. It's better just to be like, yo, just don't even let them get you mad. Just ignore everything they say and just laugh. And eventually, when they know that they're not getting to you, or they're not like able to get under your skin as much, it'll stop, dude. They'll just realize, all right, this guy ain't falling for it no more. And it's not even like they're trying to say fall for it, like they're trying to hurt you, dude. They just know it's entertainment, dude. Humans nowadays, bro, they like getting entertainment out of anything they can.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. You throwing a little rage is funny.
And deep down, I've known that's the answer. I truly just. I've been told before. I've been told the answer. I've been told just to stop caring as much, right? But it's who I am, right? So it's just hard. It's just hard.
Yeah.
I think deeply about a lot of stuff, and I can't handle that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just that's. What do you think, Evan?
We've been yapping a lot. I apologize. Well, the truth is, and I've only come to accept it recently, probably within the last year, is that I am sensitive, but even more so, I think it's just I care too much about what others say, and that sounds fucked up to say. It is. It sounds fucked up to say it is, but like, here's the thing: like, even a complete stranger, maybe even a coworker, they can get under my nerves really easily if they say the right things. But in the end, what's up? see.
I would love to have this guy in this chat. Oh, I like it. Oh, I like it. I would just for shits and giggles. I'm ready to go to war with someone. I let my ego out for a little while. I'd have a ball. Huh?
It got me thinking. You were describing like the angelic or sometimes the hellish mood, right? And it got me thinking. I'm like, damn. Sometimes I'm like that, right? Sometimes I feel like I'm on top of the world and I could talk shit to anyone, and sometimes I'm in my feels. You know what I mean? Surely that's not unnormal, no.
No, it's pretty normal, dude. We all. I think you sometimes you're living out of the ego, which is who society has pretty much taught you to be, depending on what your childhood and shit was like. And then sometimes you're living by the true self, which is like a loving self, which is very empathetic and caring. But I wouldn't want to argue with that guy Grant, like just because I hear how he talks to Evan. It would make me laugh to debate someone like that, because I would just be interested in seeing how loud and how obnoxious this guy could really be, because no one's actually really seen how obnoxious I could be. So it'd be interesting.
It's not.
What's his major issue though? What is it that you argue with him about? It's always just one of those guys that just likes to play devil's advocate. What is it? Yeah, so he was in your server?
Kind of reminds me of my coworker also played devil's advocate, but the problem was he's very witty, right? Very smart with his tongue, and so he could beat you in any argument, even if he truly didn't have a proper answer or even didn't believe in his fucking opinion. And so it really pissed me off.
Oh, you know him?
No, it just reminded me of. I'm very new around here. I don't really know anybody. I've only met Adam. Did you know Adam? Evan. Yeah, I only know Evan and you now, really. And I texted some people. But yeah, I'm very new around here. But,
this is some good people on this server. I mean, for some reason, some of them don't choose to dialogue that much. I don't know. I'm starting to believe a lot of these Discord people, dude. I don't know who's real and who's not.
I'm real.
It's pretty weird, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy it. Yeah, dude, there's good knowledge in here and stuff, dude. It's just people are weird, dude. That's a red flag for me, bro. When someone when you join a server and it's like you're never interacting, or you're not never like this is weird to me.
Yeah. If you want my opinion on the server, I like it so far. I haven't had a chance to really explore all other channels, but I have been busy. I work a job and I do stuff after work occasionally. But I also go through waves of inspiration regarding my research. And so I'm kind of just waiting for the next spark.
Yeah, a couple of us in here are all in that realm, dude. We're all just trying to So what's your story here? Like what's your you define as a server like this and some of the stuff that's being posted. What's your you obviously there's something that you're either searching for or looking for, or there's something about you that led you here.
Make fun of me if you want, but truth be told, I think magic exists. And so I search for that in some form, whether it be, groups in the past or cults or whatever. And I like to research into it and just look for something with actual evidence. If it does exist, or maybe like I've said before, if some system exists within this planet, I think it's either very hidden within a few people's touch, or it's something that just hasn't been discovered yet. And so within my free time, I like to search for that. And then for the future of me, more preferably when I have money and a lot more free time, I'd like to explore more. I'd either go to different countries looking for stuff or spend money. I don't know, do what I have to do, right? And so that's just how I feel about things. As for what I've found, it's not too much, but if there's anybody hiding anything, it's stuff like uncharted territory on this planet, or perhaps groups like the fucking Vatican. The Vatican has a library that they don't allow anybody in. Who knows what's in that, right? For example, just all sorts of shit like that. Religions like Thelema is interesting, but I haven't really dived into Crowley Lights and Crowley and all that. And certain groups do.
Yeah, so you sound like a someone who's seeking a truth seeker, and you found you enjoy the magic, cult, stuff like that. Will probably lead you down those lines.
I enjoy occultism and the paranormal, no doubt. But I'm also, it's not easy for me to attach myself to something. You know what I mean? I'm definitely like Evan here, where I need like evidence and I need to really dive into something before I start to, you know what I mean? I need to see input and output. I need to see results in order to believe.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I'm probably one of the more. I probably believe in things that a lot of people don't believe in, but there's a reason for it. Like I don't I feel like things make sense to me, and I've had things happen. But Evan's very we talk a good amount. He understands a lot. He's on the right path. He's very good with symbolism and trying to figure out puzzles and how things work.
Yeah, I think some of the things that sparked me, the things that got me on this journey, were just some of the things I've seen in my life. I've had 2 or 3 events where I was just like, what the fuck was that? And it kind of got me thinking so much that it drove me crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Another thing is, like I was telling you, those events, the last thing that happened to me, you can choose to believe or not, but it was particularly 7 months ago or so. I was at the gym. I was in a good phase. So I was going to the gym a lot. And then I was going down a hallway. And this is, I don't take drugs. I'm in the military. I'm very fairly healthy person. But all of a sudden, just a bunch of glowing dots appeared kind of in front of me in the hallway. And I stopped and stared at them for a little bit, and then they just dissipated after about like 5 seconds. And I didn't know how to react to it. It was just really weird. Like I said, like glowing dots. It was not like the lights. It wasn't a hallucination. I wasn't tired. It was, it was there. And maybe not
Like orbs, like orbs.
Yeah, like glowing orbs. It was like a cluster of orbs that I saw, and it really spooked me out, but also kind of amazed me. And so that was the last thing that kind of sparked me. Have you? I see. Yeah, no. And they were, as far as I remember, they were yellow. They were kind of like light. They were very yellow, maybe a little whitish. Maybe the size were about like an inch to 2 inches in circumference. And no, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like where you close your eyes and rub your eyes and you start seeing like almost like sparks and stuff. It wasn't like that. They were like orbs, and it wasn't the same thing as like looking up in the sky and you start seeing the what's the effect where you start seeing like the bacteria in your eye, like the little wiggle worms. It wasn't like
Yeah.
that.
You were seeing something that was external to you, and it was pretty much like, and it was there.
The only thing that I can think of was possibly the incandescent lighting above it, because they were near some incandescent lighting. But I've just never had that effect until now, until that one moment. And so, yeah, that really kind of weirded me out. I haven't looked into it too much.
Did you test it? Did you go like up and down that hallway, or did you look around and see if you could reproduce it?
Every time I go down that hallway, I think about it, no doubt, but I haven't like tried to reproduce it. I wouldn't know how I reproduced it because, like I said, I was just walking, and then I saw it, and then I stopped, and then I kind of realized I was stopped in the hallway. Didn't want to look too fucking weird, right? And then I just kind of carried on and thought about it for a while. And occasionally, I still do think about it, right? That's all it is. That's all it was. And it sounds so mundane, but that's what I saw. I don't know. And
it's not mundane. It's not mundane, dude. 'Cause for all you know, you seen some type of energy in the hallway that was, that was in orb form or whatever, some type of circular form. I believe in all that stuff.
And what I truly do believe, and when I say magic, I truly, magic. I still believe in the laws of thermodynamics, right? I think if there is a magic, it takes some type of energy, and it's just something we just haven't discovered, right? Just like how we didn't know about electricity until recently, right? And so that's what I think magic is, perhaps in the hands of others.
So it's discovered, obviously, but we don't have it. A lot of it's discovered.
I think it is discovered, perhaps, or maybe it was once discovered and lost, or it's just never been discovered. Those are what I think it is.
So I talked to a medium once, and they broke down this lady. This wasn't a paid medium. This was just a conversation, but she broke down a couple things, and this is pretty much what I talk about when I say gifts. A lot of people have unlocked potential within themselves that they don't know what they are. Me, it comes through external synchronicities, maybe sometimes internal, but a lot of times external synchronicities where things happen that just don't make a lot of sense, or things will pop into my life that I could be thinking of something, and all of a sudden I'm walking down the block and something weird could happen and it just makes no sense. And I can make sense of it because I'm understanding what's going on in my life and my mind at that time. That's how I see things a lot of times. And I for a long time in my life, I tried to I didn't want to be weird, so I just chalked it up to being normal. Now I understand it's not. Well, I'm not gonna say it's not normal. It's something that is it's something from a higher power. There's some people that see things, some people that hear things. There's some people that get the sense, intuitive sense of certain things, and I think we all have that. And I do believe it's hidden from a lot of us until and there's a shift I always talk about, and when we're in these conversations that's going on. And I believe an awareness is coming amongst a lot of people, and I know it. A consciousness is being raised. The fact that you're looking for these things says that there's a reason for it. There are no coincidences. So there's a reason why you're in this channel. There's a reason why you're here. There's a reason why I never really joined back after I leave, but I went downstairs. I ate something. I came back. I was like, let me join back in. You seem like a guy you're searching for something because there's something deep inside you that's telling you to search. You may think it's you, but
Really,
there's something that's pushing you.
But I feel like it's such a long, arduous journey. It's almost impossible, truly.
Well, it's a journey. It's a journey of knocking down one domino and continue and let them fall. You know what? Here's this. You have to let the journey come to you, dude. This is one thing I've learned. Don't try to force anything. You know what I mean? You could throw yourself into something and then once you're in there, let the journey come to you, because the more you force it, sometimes I'd need an answer for something and I'd be like wondering, and I'd look for a synchronicity or I'd look for something that makes sense and it wouldn't come to me, and then I'd be like, whatever, bro. I'd forget about it, and all of a sudden I'd be in a car with my wife and I'd see something that just makes no sense, but it makes sense to me, and it would be something really random, and I've had that a lot. I've had a couple paranormal experiences, not with seeing things, but things with items things with electronics, and highly think that you're just someone that's on a journey. We're all on a journey, dude. But I'll tell you, embrace it. You recognize on some deep level, you're not who they want you to are. That's a good thing.
I think once I'm comfortable in life to the point where I've built my career and I've made enough money and I could take a lot of time off, I get the feeling that's when I might have some sort of awakening and do something crazy and really dive into it, right? And I have a couple of ideas of what I want to do. No doubt.
I'll be surprised if you don't have your awakening long before that.
Okay. Maybe.
What is your this is gonna sound crazy. Yo, when I say this, I feel like a teenage girl, bro, because I got so much into astrology lately. Dude, what's your astrological sign?
I'm a Pisces.
Oh, there you go. That's why you're so, dude. It's crazy. I was gonna ask you before when you said why that you're sensitive, and it's all over the place. Pisces are one of the most psychic and most empathetic signs in the whole zodiac.
Yeah.
And I'm a Pisces moon, and that's why. And the moon deals with emotion, and that's the reason why I'm so sensitive. I'm a sensitive. Huh?
Are you starting to believe in astrology?
I don't believe in New Age astrology. I believe in ancient astrology, or the astrology that there's always halves. You can never take anything. I don't think they deliver anything wholeheartedly to us. I don't think they give everything to us. But I believe there's a lot to do with when we're born and how we come. I do believe there's a lot of energies at play, that when you come in, that your body utilizes a lot of different. Your body and soul utilizes a lot of energies that somehow line up with the stars and the planets. Now, do I have the answers to it? I really do. I'll be honest with you. If I would have heard me talking about this a couple of years ago, dude, I would have made fun of myself. I would have been like, I've been looking at this guy talking about astrology, bro. Go read the Cosmopolitan, you geek.
I recently I've been getting into a little bit of divination and tarot, and tarot is pretty interesting. And I think what started it was I was on a thread and I asked for a reading, right? And what I had requested was, I think I said as simple as, the goal I keep trying to pursue is real. That's all I asked. And we'll look for the photo here. Yeah, so where you are. Yeah, here it is. I said the goal I keep trying to pursue, is it real? And someone had replied and they said, serious question, are you trying to kill yourself? And they said, if so, not only are you a coward who wouldn't do it, but you'd be missed. And then they said that the goal is real, but you're giving up and there's no one doing it, including me. I don't support me, apparently. And so when they said that to me, I was like, damn, I was like, shit, that's kind of, kind of real. That's kind of how I feel about the whole thing.
So when you asked for the tarot thing, that was actually a goal? Was it suicide?
Well, no. My goal was, like I said, magic, and what that truth I'm searching for. And so they definitely responded to that. But the whole killing yourself thing, it didn't come to mind when I was asking that question. But what kind of shocked me is occasionally the subject does bring my mind up, because I do get, like, I'm in the military, right, and I have a clearance, and sometimes I do get paranoid that maybe because of something I've said online or something like that, right, that sometimes, like, for example, like a cop or something or a fucking agent would show up to my house. And so I have thought about, like, if that ever happened, I don't know if I'd actually, I don't think I would, but, like, geez, would I rather go to jail or for some stupid reason, or would I rather just end it right there? And
What
so
are you saying that's so crazy online?
What was that?
What are you possibly saying online that you feel like you get this?
Shit like this, and mainly just shit like this, and I don't know. We've all said stupid stuff online, have we not?
Do you have? Can I ask you a personal question? Do you have? You don't have to answer this. Do you have any type of what you would call?
You can be straightforward.
Do you have OCD or anything like that?
Not that I know of.
Anxiety, OCD.
I think I have anxiety, and I've always denied it. But I might be. That might be like a really bad. That might be like a really bad denial that's deep down inside me, right? I might truly have anxiety, and I just super deny it. I'd like to think I'm a fairly stress-free person, but I really, it's gonna sound stupid, but I can't tell sometimes. You know what I mean? A lot of people say like they have anxiety, and some people say they don't have anxiety, even though they seem stressful. And it just seems so bad. Like, I feel like maybe I truly have to get it diagnosed or something. It's not something I've brought up with my doctor, So.
Hey, Evan, isn't it crazy that earlier today I was talking about thoughts I had before my awakening? Remember I said that? I started having crazy thoughts about life and whether I want to be here or not.
And look, I'm not saying I'm suicidal. I'm not saying I'm suicidal.
No, I'm not saying you're suicidal. What the thing is that what you're saying, the way you phrased it, paranoia leading to this, catastrophizing about I say this and all of a sudden I got an agent at my door.
I think about hypotheticals a lot. I definitely think about hypotheticals.
Yes. So do I. I'm the same way. So, but let me tell you this, dude. I can already tell you right now, you're a Pisces, you're having an identity crisis because Pisces don't know whether to be the good guy or the bad guy. You're highly empathetic, so pretty much you have a hard time balancing your emotions, and that's why with your friends, the way that all came about. That's the reason why things like that happen. You don't really know. You don't know who to resonate with. Like you don't know whether to resonate as the good guy or the bad guy, because in your eyes, you can't really tell who the good guy or the bad guy is. So I'm gonna tell you right now, dude. Just from talking to you, you sound a lot like me in a lot of ways. Where you gotta learn. You gotta do some deep diving and know who you are. And as far as getting in trouble, listen, dude. Freedom of speech in this country, right? That's what they say. You ain't out there putting classified information out, right? That you're not supposed to. You know what I mean? And you're not breaking the rules of the military or anything like that. And you're just spreading your opinion about things. You have all the right in the world to do that. And as far as anyone, if someone comes up to your house, dude, and says anything to you, you know what you do? You tell them, kiss my ass. Because at the end of the day, you will be protected, dude, if you're speaking your truth. I'm telling you that right now. May not believe it. I highly believe that. Look, I got a lot of. I feel the same way as you do, bro. I feel that like some of the stuff I say, you know, a lot of times, and I just got back on Facebook, dude, and I'd be saying some crazy shit, and let them knock at my door, dude, because you know why? They're gonna knock at my door, but I already know that. Here's the thing, dude. If they knock at my door, I'm gonna give them a big smile and say, "Damn, you've been waiting for me that long. That's how much you're interested in me. You follow all my conversations and everything." Because I do. Me and Evan just talked about this. We do believe that there's a monitor. People are monitored. The way you talk, the way you sound like someone to me who. I'll be honest with you. You sound to me like your awareness is very high. And there's a reason for that. And I won't say that about everyone. And Evan, I know you won't. But you sound like you have a high awareness to you. So everything you probably do is probably being monitored. And it ain't by the military. It's by people above the military. But welcome to the club.
I agree that I think me and you are similar, but I definitely could agree that I think you sound like you found yourself a little more than I have. And so I think
I'm 38 years old. I'm 38 years old, bro, and I had to fucking and I got thrown through the fire in order to come out the other side with some clarity. And I'm still battling my ego.
It's probably a lifelong battle, you know.
But you're 24, dude, and you sound like empathy is one of the biggest things you cannot teach. You know, if you have it, some people have it on a high degree. So most people I know who have, from what I see so far, most people I know who have an awareness, they're conscious, a little more conscious. I feel like they understand, they're a little more feeling. I feel like they're a little more insecure, a little more feeling.
Yeah, no, I have more feeling, no doubt. I when someone tells me their emotions and they actually all of a suddenly vulnerably even tell me some hard cold truth, even sometimes I feel, even though, you know, there's a difference between empathy and sympathy, right? But I feel like I'm more empathetic because even though perhaps I haven't been in that situation, I really do feel for it. And obviously, like I said, I take strangers' opinions and even my close friends' opinions to heart sometimes, perhaps too much. And so that could it really does fuck with my mind sometimes. Whereas, and it bothers me because, like I've said, most people I've noticed on this planet have a do not care attitude, right? It's easy for most people to not care about other people deep down and truly care about themselves. And of course I care about myself a lot, right? You know, I love myself. Everyone does loves themselves. But I don't know. It's something. It's something that people have where like they can easily ignore what other people say and just say fuck off. And I'm like that sometimes, but then other times it really just hits me hard. And I'm like, it's not because I'm being a pussy, but I just, you know, I'm like, why are you acting like this? I just start thinking deeper about it. All of a sudden, it's just like it can come out like I'm a pussy, but I'm just.
Do you feel like you can't put? Do you feel like? Be real with me. Do you feel like what you put out, you don't get in return?
Sometimes, no doubt.
Would you say you love harder than the people that? Like would you say you give out more love than, like, I always say this, I always tell people, you don't know how to love the way I love. I tell my wife it, I tell my kid it, I tell my friends it. I said, none of you know how to love the way I love. And I never really understood it too much, but I knew it because the way I was, I'm very caring for people. I'll die for people. That's just how I feel about it. I'll die for people. Like, that's the way I feel. Like, I love you so much, I'll die for you. Dave could never understand that really too much. Yeah, I'd die for you too. But I could tell it was like, you're not feeling something the same. So if you're like that, dude, that's just because you're really just the energy you're carrying, bro. You're a highly empathetic, sensitive soul. And that sensitivity, dude, is what the world needs. Believe it or not, it does. My ego was really built because I was so sensitive and insecure that I didn't know and dude, I'm still learning. I'm learning how to be that loving person without getting walked all over.
Yeah, that's a battle, no doubt. I understand exactly where you come from that.
But you sound like like a good dude, bro. Who I think you're gonna find everything you want. As far as the magic goes, dude, I believe this whole realm is supernatural. That's what I believe. I believe the whole realm's supernatural. I believe we're supernatural. I believe it's been hidden from us. Aleister Crowley had a good thing about astrology. He said, look at the astrology chart. You'll get a lot of information when you initially look at it, where everything's lined up, who you are, what maybe some purposes you have. He said, but look at it for what it is, understand it. He said, but then don't look at it for every answer. He said, because then it takes the value out of the chart, because now you're not going with destiny and the free will that's involved with destiny. You're pretty much trying to go against the chart because you're looking into it too much. You know what I mean?
Just look at it a little bit and get an idea, but then again, live your life.
Yeah,
if I gave you my birthday and all that, would you be able to decipher my astrology and all that? I know some people are good at that, and I've never.
Let me see your. Where's Do you have your date of birth? I mean, your not your date of birth, your time of birth. That's important.
I don't know what to ask my parents.
Let me see. I can look at your.
I want to say I have a guess. I think it's 3 a.m. ish.
So you're born? Are you sure you're born at night? At least somewhere in the nighttime.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was at night.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let's see. So seek. Yeah, trust me. Like me and Evan were looking into these. Like I started doing a lot of. It's so funny because me and my daughter, my daughter's adopted, and she me and her are both Pisces moons, and it's funny because she's so sensitive, and it's weird. Like I have a different type of sensitive. I have like a insecure mask. I mask my sensitivity, but hers comes right out. Like you said the wrong thing to her, and she's fucking either mad or she's tearing up. I'm like, yo, what's going on here? Hold on. What's your birthday?
Well, congratulations. It's a beautiful thing to adopt. My birthday is March 11th, 2000.
So you just missed the Aries, huh? March 11th.
I believe Aries is a little
20th or something, right somewhere around there.
No, I think it goes after Aries. After Pisces is Taurus. I think.
No, it's Aries after Pisces.
Aries? Oh, it's Aries.
Yeah,
Aries is like.
My wife's March 20th. And my best friend's 22nd, and my wife is 28th.
Yeah, just say March 11th, 2000, nighttime, I suppose, or I think possibly 3 a.m. But I would actually have to call my mom and get my birth certificate and shit.
We see this. I'm gonna put 3:15.
I remember looking at astrology shit a while back, but I couldn't understand all of it. I just didn't look into any of it really.
I could look at I could I'm learning it, dude, and it's what city were you born in?
Pensacola, Florida.
Pensacola. All right, Evan. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Mr. Evan.
Later, pal.
Take care. Sleep well.
Alright guys, I just want to say before I end this live stream that everything in here was completely staged. Everything in here was fake. Everything in here was scripted. And I lied about everything. And yeah, so everyone have a good night.